Hello, hello, hello. It is New Year's Eve. For me still. Everywhere else in the world, it is currently, already the new year, New Year's Day. I'm stuck in one of those time zones where we're kind of like last across the finish line, so celebrating New Year's always kind of sucks. Now on like a global scale. Clone High soundtrack, I hear. Yeah, it's a nice little somber song that I like. Abandoned Pools. And I like the instrumental to it a lot. But yeah, hello everyone. Hello Karin, 99 Prisma Balloons, Dubious, Panic Sugar Stretch, anyone else out there lurking. As I was saying, as a kid, I used to be excited about, oh yeah, New Year's Eve, whoa, woo, and then, I discovered the internet, and with that, you kind of like, I don't think human beings are meant to really be aware of everything going on in the world, because it just ends up making you more and more depressed when you start thinking with a globalized mind instead of like what's in front of you. And that could be attributed to like a lot of things. Personal success, just like feeling left out. Like I haven't been in the best of spirits the past 2 days. I've just been in a weird fucking headspace. But it kind of like happens around this time anyway, because winter depression bullshit. Hello, Ema. And yeah, it wasn't really like 2024 wasn't the best year for me. There was like more bad than there was good, I want to say. There's good things, just a small amount of good things, but it could have been a better year. Started off really depressed. Ending it kind of depressed. Hopefully 2025 is better than 2024. I would hope. But that's also another thing, is like when you're getting older, New Year's kind of becomes a scary thing, because it's like, alright, well last year sucked. How bad is the next year gonna be? Because things just, they always get progressively worse. They never get better. Let me balance out the negativity here by showing you guys this goofy picture right here. Oh, I don't know. Love Game Center CX. But, I mean, that's another thing about 2025 is it's the year of the snake. And in terms of the Chinese zodiac and everything, I'm actually a snake, so hopefully that means a good year for me. I think the last time it was year to snake was a pretty good year for me overall. So maybe things will be looking up in 2025 for me, and it won't be a bad year like I'm anticipating it to be. Year of the Worm. Yeah, I mean, we're not as exciting as a dragon, so we're just kind of like the limp version of a dragon, I suppose. We're the thing that wants to be a dragon. And like, what, last year was the year of the dragon, so now we're going into year of the snake. I didn't draw anything special for year of the snake. But anyways, that kind of officially kicks off, what, February, the Lunar New Year, so maybe around that time I'll have something prepared. But motivation, not gonna lie, it's been very low, and I haven't like I could really see it in my stream output this year. It hasn't been the best at all. I've tried to do quality over quantity, but I really think streaming is just a quantity over quality thing, and I'm being completely stupid about this shit. I don't know. I don't know if I could really say some of my streams are quality, but we're kind of like done with Splatoon streams, but we'll be having the every time I see a Splatoon thumbnail show up, I'm like, god damn, there's like too much Splatoon, honestly. It's all been downhill after a year of Luigi ended, yeah. It's technically the year of Shadow, as declared by Sega, so it's like an edgelord year. I still really haven't played a Sonic game on stream, and we're about like 2.5 years almost into my streaming quote-unquote career. As much as I love Sonic, I just haven't like done shit to play any Sonic games. I honestly don't know why it's taken this long, but I guess with my stream philosophy, I didn't want to play the popular shit everyone else was playing. You know, everyone plays the same like 5 games when they start streaming, and these are just universally adored games. Well, I'm one to speak because I played Banjo-Kazooie as one of my first games. But I mean, I feel like everyone just like immediately defaults to shit like Zelda, Sonic, Mario, and just, you know, slop of the month. And I'm just like, you know, I'm just gonna play a bunch of games that I like and no one else really gives a fucking shit about and will probably hate. I'd assume you start with adventure. Honestly, take your time, play what you want to play, don't burn yourself out, and do what you want. Yeah, that's kind of like the plan. Just do what I'm passionate about. And I kind of did want to start with adventure, but then I have like that streamer autism that's like, start with the first game, work your way through the series. But Sonic and Mario typically or Zelda aren't really the kind of series to do that with. There's so many of them, and varying qualities, and what I personally like about Sonic, like, I played the first game, I played the second game, I played Sonic and Knuckles when that was all relevant, I played Sonic R before anyone ever even liked that game and thought it was good. Problem with me as a streamer is I've already experienced most, if not every single good game out there. There's like some franchises and series that I haven't ever like touched, that maybe one day I'll get to play those on stream blind, but just, you know, you don't really get the blind streamer experience with me with a lot of games unless it's kind of more on the newer side of things. Beat all of Shadow the Hedgehog 2 days ago to pay tribute to him. Yeah, I kind of thought about doing the same, but like I already did that before I was a streamer. When Shadow the Hedgehog first came out on GameCube, I got every single ending. I got the true ending, and back then I said once in a lifetime is enough of that, but now I'm a streamer, so it's an inevitability of I'm going to have to do that again eventually. And you know, it would be good for views, it would be good for numbers to do that when it's relevant. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 dropped in theaters this month, or rather, well, it's still December for me, so yeah, I'm not in the new year yet, while you all are ahead in the future, are already, you know, living in 2025, I'm back in 2024, left behind as I usually am in everything that I do. Yeah, but my autistic ass loves repeating the same games over and over again. Yeah, I would essentially kind of do the same, though. But I feel like I can only play the same game on stream over and over until people start getting tired of it, and then they're like, alright, I don't need to see Stretch Panic for the millionth time, Rick. I don't need to see you play, yeah, Doshin the Giant, or God, what's another game? Mr. Mosquito. A lot of my old streams really did fucking suck, and I kind of do want to do a own personal remaster of those streams. So technically, like Mr. Mosquito and Doshin the Giant, and now that I have a little bit more of an audience, it won't feel like I'm completely alone and talking to myself, and maybe I'd get some of my facts and facts straight about games like that, because like when I originally first played them, I was wrong about so many things, and like I don't know, I'm not someone you really like want to watch to learn solid facts from. I have some knowledge of things, but not everything. It's, what would that like be considered? Approximate knowledge, or like when you kind of know things but you don't know everything, but you like kind of act like you know everything but you don't know everything. I think that's just called being a fucking hipster and an idiot. In which case, yeah, I'm just kind of a fucking idiot pretending to be smart a lot of the time. I play Illbleed every single year, so this year it was a single stream, and I did it pretty fast, which is a nice little endurance stream. I like watching people replay their favorites, though. Yeah, I do too. I just know a lot of people out there don't like watching streamers play video games, or like what, people being good at games. There's a lot of people out there that don't like watching streamers be good at games, because watching someone be good at a game and be knowledgeable about a game, I guess just isn't really that appealing. But that's kind of like what I like when I watch streamers, or at least when people play games that I like to watch that. But when I look at the VTubing sphere and like what people prefer and the kind of like content that they consume, I kind of feel like an alien to this entire culture. Is it like, it's probably in like bad taste to say this, but I like VTubing, but I don't like VTubers. Kind of like, the culture behind VTubing is so weird to me. I don't like how everything feels so samey, in that you have to do things this way and that way. But I just have a stick up my ass. I don't know how to have fun. I just like playing video games. I wanted to be a streamer to play video games. You know, back when Twitch was originally a website where you would just stream yourself playing video games, before Twitch decided to just go all in on beaches and pools and just chatting and podcast and DJs, even though they have a fucking awful shitty copyright system that claims all yours, and they tell you make a side channel just in case we destroy your channel for playing music. It's like, come the fuck on, Twitch. You stopped being about video games a long time ago, and now you're just a softcore porn website, honestly. It's insane. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Thank you for continuing to resubscribe to the scam that is Rickubus channel. Well, I don't even have a channel at the end of my name, only on Twitter, because my fucking name was taken on Twitter, and man, everyone is like, let's all move to Blue Sky, and like now everyone's pretty much abandoned Blue Sky. It feels like every time I check there, my dashboard is getting slower and slower. Sorry to complain a lot. Man, fireworks are loud outside. Let me like look at the chat real quick. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Hello, Luria. Gotta get my gremlin emote. Yeah. Well, as I was saying, yeah, just like been very reflective on my past year. And I'm not really happy with my streams. Yeah, I'm happy with how I did a lot of presentation for a lot of streams, and I can't say much streams are really like phoned in. A lot of what I've done this year was really high effort and kind of draining in a way. I did like 4 major VR chat streams. I did the anniversary, the War 2 stream required a lot of prep work. I guess, like, I don't know, I use my thumbnails as a way, like all my title cards. Did I have a good year of streaming? And sometimes it's just like hard to remember. Sometimes those streams were multiple parts and not just a single stream. So I feel like I didn't play that many games or stream that much during a year. But it's always like been a lot of effort to do things the way that I do it. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like, I'm in the coping phase where it's like, okay, do people enjoy what I do? Am I doing things right? I have record low numbers and not much success or growth this year, in which I'm like, you know, I'm kind of like feeling down about that, and it, you know, seasonal shit. Hello, Colchis. Vor 2 was one of the best streams from any streamers this year. Yeah, and I think that's like gonna be the one stream that I probably regret the most. That's gonna push everyone away and be like, don't associate with that guy, he's a fucking weird. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm, oh, did I really fucking do that stream and think that was a good idea? I'm pretty sure some people probably showed up for that stream thinking like, oh, this is gonna be a funny shitpost, haha. And then they saw the contents of the stream and they're like, alright, I gotta go. Unfollowed. Rick, we're VTuber. No, I'm talking like, I'm not a traditional VTuber. I'm not like the kind of VTuber people actually like watching. I'm like one of those VTubers that's kind of this weird fucking hole-in-the-wall gremlin that you just kind of like randomly stumbled into his house. And he just kind of like the shitty games that he plays every so often. And then he like goes missing for a week or two. And then comes back and shows you guys another shitty game you probably never heard of and never want to play. But yeah. You should see the shit some of us get to in Discords. I'm not really social and going around on Discords and seeing what other people do. Like, I'm kind of like really tired of socializing and trying to fit in with places that kind of just don't fit in. I've like been very contemplative about shit like that, honestly. I don't really have a VTuber circle that I feel like I even fit in with or am a part of. I'm just kind of someone people know, and if you know, you know. Other than that, like, I just don't fit in with the overall vibe or what people want to watch VTubers for, I guess. I guess I'm just like wanting to have this somber talk before we get into the baby sensory game that I'll be playing today, which is FantaVision. excuse me. Because it's like, yeah, some people out there do like my weird game choices. It sucks. It sucks for growth. It sucks for discoverability. A lot of what I worry about, honestly, it's not even a people problem as much as it's big tech and just everything getting progressively worse. Twitter getting progressively worse, and suppressing people for sharing links to other websites or promoting themselves if you don't pay for a subscription. And then you have YouTube as a platform going down the shitter, and it's just, I'm a very negative person. I've been called negative, and basically like people have thrown me away because I'm a very negative person. But I have my moments where I'm positive, and I love to share cool stuff, and I love to be passionate about things, but the problem is no one cares about any of that. They don't see that. They don't look for that. They only see me ever being negative. They don't care about my good side. And then I realized that's how the entire internet operates at this point in time, is just everyone's miserable. Everyone's at each other's throats. Everyone's responding to easy bait. Everyone is just doom posting all the time. No one wants any like shred of positivity, and I kind of just see that hypocrisy, and I just always like feel very not good about it, because I'm like, man, like this is the kind of shit people threw me away for, but everyone has like fallen into this trap of just, yeah, we want to be miserable 24/7. We only want to consume shit that we hate. We don't want to find any good in anything. We just want drama. We want shit flinging. We want just the human race being as awful as possible. So this is like me as a demon. I don't fit in with the residents of hell, nor do I fit in with the residents of the earth. I'm just I'm a complete alien to every single side that there is, and you know, no way in hell is heaven gonna let me in. So, you know, it's just me, my slime, my crow, in my house, playing these dusty old games, and hopefully I could just hope and pray. Well, I'm a demon, so I shouldn't really pray, but hoping that I at least do a decent, somewhat job at doing things. Sorry for beginning the stream kind of depressed, but like it's just like the winter depression setting in sooner. It was kind of like a mediocre Christmas this year. Stuff has immediately gone wrong in the extended family after the holidays, and everyone is like frustrated and depressed, and the vibe is ruined. You know, my birthday is on December 23rd, so I get completely overshadowed by Christmas. People barely even remember it's my birthday. No one cares. I decided like, oh, well, we could do my birthday another day to my family, and then they're like, okay, and then here it is, New Year's, and we haven't even done anything for my birthday yet because there's just no time and everything's gone to shit. So I don't know, I guess that's kind of got me down again. And then today it's just like I'm like feeling alone, and just I don't have much going on, and you know, I could hop on VR chat, but I'm pretty sure the servers are melting right now because everyone and their mother is on VR chat celebrating New Year's Eve, and it's gonna be a really fucked time to maybe try and get into those servers. I remember last year everything like went to absolute hell and back, and I doubt they ever get their shit together for an event like this. Did you see we visited you last night in VR chat? I was like passed out, and I just like woke up and just like slammed my power button on my PC. I just didn't give a shit. I'm sorry. I was just like, you know, I just want to throw up a world and just vibe in it for a bit with the TV on. And yeah, throw up some Game Center CX. Usually my little comfort thing to go to, because I like watching Game Center CX. I don't know, I'm just like... I don't really watch much people. Other than, you know, the old classics like Vine Sauce and Varg Skeletor, Game Center CX whenever that's around, and some friends when they're streaming, but When it comes to like finding new streamers and VTubers to get into, I just kind of like don't really find any, I guess. I think I liked the old style of streaming more than I like the quote-unquote new style of streaming. Which is, you know, I'm kind of doing a new style of streaming, but I'm also trying to do something that I feel is a little bit more older and in my taste of what I like about streaming and episodic formats, kind of, in a way. You could like see a lot of my influences in my streams, probably, and like what I mean by all of this. But I don't think I have the brain of an entertainer, really, because I'm not that funny, I'm not exciting, I'm not very quick on my feet when it comes to being witty and jokey. My talents are basically just raw shit and set design, I guess. And you know, I other than that, I'm kind of like a charisma sponge. I am in the negatives. I could never play a bard because I would fail every roll to sleep. Because, you know, okay, the whole joke is like bards just want to fuck everything that moves when they play D&D, so like they're always rolling to like bed something to get through a situation, I guess. I would be a bard with like 0 charisma, I suppose, and that's why I've swapped to Pictomancer in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah. So a lot of VTubing for me is just like trying to find success and personal success that I'm happy with. Cause I guess as an artist, I've just always like, at least on the older internet when you did things, it was like, you wouldn't know that people are enjoying what you do. And that was like before everything became so monetized and about money. I was just like making art and putting it out there and like happy that people enjoyed it and thought that I was cool and unique and interesting. But in recent years, that feels like it's just harder now more than ever because everything is being drowned out by constant negativity, algorithms, people being just, you know... I'm looking at my YouTube feed lately, and I'm getting recommended VTubers, but they're not even like playing games anymore. They're just doing drama podcasts and shit and talking about a bunch of garbage, and people apparently consume this, but I guess people apparently love consuming shit, so consume shit and shut up, I guess, is how I kind of like... That's how am I feeling about things. Hello, Iopnor. Sorry to like be so cynical, and it's like this is not the start anyone. Well, I guess like maybe I'm leaving behind the hopefully last of my awfulness in 2024, but nah, I'm probably gonna be just as awful in the new year, honestly. So I'm someone on YouTube who just wants to follow cool channels and people that are passionate about video games. I want to reward people that put effort into things. I don't want to reward easy slop and clickbait and hate click farming. And I think about it a lot, but the dead internet theory proves that it's truer and truer every day. It really does feel like most of the people on the internet aren't even people, they're just bots. They're just, have you ever seen those videos where it's a farm, a like farm, and it's someone sitting at a desk and they have like 1 billion cell phones hooked up to a laptop, and basically these are the services that people buy subscribers and likes and all that shit from. Artificial boosting It's a thing that exists. I have a video of it actually, but I don't need to show you guys. Like, I'm sure you believe, like, you know. The internet just, like, every day, it feels like it's just getting worse and worse. It doesn't resemble what I used to like about the internet. And that's, like, been getting me really down lately, is I kind of just miss how things used to be, where money wasn't the focus. Most of the normal people were still out there living in the normal world, and I got to have, like, this cool secret club where I didn't, like, have to worry about any of the real world and the annoying grievances that it would cause. But now there just isn't really anywhere peaceful to escape to. It's real life has basically just penetrated the internet. The internet is just real life too now, but much more incomprehensibly stupid than we ever thought it could be. Where it should be easy to see something stupid on the internet and walk away from it, but no, it's not. People take the bait and they pull the fisherman to them, basically, if that's a good way of putting it. Hi, Ziona. No game for 20 more minutes, talk more. No, I really should, like, hop into the game. I have, like, 3 versions of this game that I'm gonna play tonight. It's a pretty short game. It's just a puzzle game, but the reason why I'm going to play all 3 versions is Japanese, American, and European all had completely different soundtracks to them. So it gives me an excuse to just, you know, play video games. People like when the VTuber talks. They don't like when the VTuber plays video games. That's when I notice, like, every VTuber is when they start playing the game, and especially in my streams, and people kind of go a little bit more quiet, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I'm, like, too short on things to say, and I'm not that... Thank you, Dubious, for the subscription. Algorithms have really messed with how people decided to craft and present their work online. Yeah, it's... You either join the slop, or you just get buried in irrelevancy. This is why I don't like posting my art on the internet anymore, because all the dedicated art websites out there died. No one uses them anymore, or they went to complete shit, or they're just full of AI slop now, which is another thing going into the New Year's, which does, like... How much worse is this technology gonna get, and how much more are people just gonna keep continuing to get replaced? There are so many people, oh, don't worry about AI, it's never going to replace artists, and we're seeing giant companies that can afford to hire artists now, preferring AI over people, so, you know, anyone that ever has said any of that shit, honestly, I fucking get fucked, I guess. Please confirm that you're my kitten, Rick. You bought me Discord Nitro. Thank you. I'll be sure to at least try and post a couple files over 10 megabytes in people's server so that they could, like, laugh at them or ignore them. And I don't know what else to really do with Nitro, other than sending bigger files, which always kind of useful if you need to transfer useful files. Thing is, I just don't know how to share my art anymore. I don't know how the tagging systems work. As I was saying, when it comes to sharing your art in online spaces now, you're competing against the entire world. It used to be you would post art amongst other artists, and you're kind of in a gated garden in a way where you're just looking at all these cool flowers and plants, and yeah, and then suddenly a bunch of assholes tear down that gate. They start planting weeds everywhere. They start throwing garbage everywhere. Their pets enter the garden. You can kind of see the metaphor of what I'm talking about here, where low effort garbage competing with pictures of cats and pets, getting billions of views and likes. Like, if you ever want to be a cynical asshole, go to YouTube and look up those stupid fucking shorts where they're formulating a bullshit impossible story around someone helping an animal, and then the animal comes back, and then that animal was actually pregnant, and then that animal gave birth to a bunch of billion beautiful babies, and like, it's a different fucking cat or a different fucking species of animals or a breed in every single clip, but they get a stupid AI voice to tell a bullshit sob story. I hate seeing that shit. And guess what? I look at the comments, and this is a lesson: don't consume garbage, because for some reason I find myself looking at this fucking garbage because YouTube Shorts, like, I don't know, I'm like, ooh, cute video of a bird, and then like, I'm not immune to propaganda. Well, I'm kind of like autistic, so some propaganda I'm immune to, but it's not saying, like, people in the comments, they actually believe AI videos, they actually believe these sympathy farming bullshit clickbait videos about impossible animal feats. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely, it's doom posting for me, essentially, to see this kind of shit, because I'm just like, yeah, everyone that says don't worry about these things isn't seeing the same stuff that I'm seeing, and you know, that just like gets me down. That just gets me feeling like very not hopeful about the future. And then I look at how I'm doing on my end to like try and not be that kind of like monster in this world. Now, I am a monster, make no mistake, but I'm a different kind of monster, if that makes any sense. I don't like manipulation. I don't like seeing people get hurt. I don't like even taking money from people. People want to buy my art, I say no. I don't do commissions. I just hope people like my stuff enough that maybe they want to throw money at me occasionally. And that's about it. Like, I have a totally like destroyed confidence. I don't feel comfortable with my level of skill accepting commissions, or, you know, I don't know. In this era of the internet where everything's about making money and everything is just, I don't, it's a very, the world is in a very cynical place right now. I want to say, if hell is real, we're probably living in it right now. Thank you, Nano. Why are you all like subscribing to me being this like massive fucking shithead right now? I don't. I'm like saying, like, I don't know. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. I feel like I'm saying the stuff that you're not supposed to say, though. Now, earlier talk like, oh, I like VTubing, but I don't like VTubers, is, I feel like, a death sentence. And if I like actually had any sort of a reputation or giant fan base, those fucking shitty ass YouTubers that would just talk about VTuber drama would be like, oh, Rickubus hates all VTubers. I like VTubers. I just don't like VTubers at the same time. It's really a case-by-case basis. I don't like corpo stuff. I like indie people. But at the same time, I don't like indie people that are trying to be corpo VTubers. It's a really hard thing to explain. I think with VTubing, it's a cool art form. But the problem is a lot of people who participate in it aren't necessarily artists themselves. So you get a lot of like crossover with stuff that you don't like if you're looking for certain things. I like to see a VTuber and see that they're passionate about something and that they create and they build their own world and their character and they just want to share stuff that they like. And I'm generally like very much the same with how I want to do things. I don't aspire to be a corporate VTuber ever. I've known people that have gone corpo. I don't know if they probably got the personality for it. I don't have the personality for it at all. I am a corporation's worst nightmare. They're gonna hire me and I'm going to barely stream. I'm going to have perfectionist autism. I'm going to say things that their sponsors probably aren't gonna like. I'm gonna curse a million times and YouTube AI algorithm is going to suppress all my videos because I said fuck more than like 2 times. And also I'm not a cute girl, so I think that also kind of fucks me over in the long run. I don't know. I've seen what people think about male VTubers. That's why I'm always gonna be a 2-view male. I know it's an old stupid way of like people thinking, and like you're looking in the wrong places if you see people like talk that much shit about male VTubers, because there are successful male VTubers out there, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure that I am capable of just being that kind of person that is appealing to a global sense. I don't think I'd be able to retain much of a fan base. I'd probably lose it very fast, as I always have, being online. The passage of time, just kind of like things seem good in the moment, and then you continue down the path of time, and say DeviantArt or Tumblr or even older art websites that don't even exist anymore. Will they still be around? Will all the people that followed you still be around? People grow apart. People move away. And I've been thinking a lot about that too, because it's like, I don't even know if I can say that I've really had a true friend for so many years of my life, because a lot of my life has just been being alone, and all I've ever had was just kind of like family for a long time. I had aspirations to do things, to stream, and now I feel like I've kind of done that way too late. We're at the point where it just doesn't even matter anymore. I'm kind of just going to be buried underneath of an internet that doesn't even care about the things that I care about. And the internet is just one giant scam now, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of like talking like a dumbass boomer right now. But I don't know. I've seen other people kind of feel the same, where it seems like just nothing is going good for anyone except those who are at the top, and they had an early start. And if you're trying to get a start now, it's kind of going to be a really hard climb to ever kind of reach your true potential. Even if you're a really talented motherfucker, even if you do have charm and charisma, it's kind of just all down to algorithm and luck and survivalist bias, I guess is what you could call, where people only ever report on the people that survived and not the people that died. Like, it's because like someone sees one success story, suddenly everyone thinks that oh, this VTuber is like the hugest VTuber in the world. That means like I could be that too. Or this indie game dev made like game of the year. Everyone should be indie devs as well. And you know, there's thousands and millions of indie VTubers and indie video games that you'll never even hear the name of, or know who the fuck they are, or that they even exist at all. Because that's just kind of like the survivalist bias. You only really hear the success stories and you don't hear the failures. And I guess that's kind of like what resonates with a lot of the games that I play on stream, because yeah, a lot of games that I like playing on stream were kind of failures, and people don't really care about them or talk about them. They're kind of just... sometimes they're sleeper hits, sometimes they aren't appreciated until years later. You know, sometimes they are cult classics that everyone knows about, but at the same time, they're kind of just also old, so you're not gonna see that many people in the modern day and age care about those things, so... I'm reading your guys' messages in chat, so sorry if I'm not like really responding much, but I'm kind of I'm stuck in my own mind right now, thinking too hard about things, and that's been getting me to psych out a lot and like kind of like reevaluate how I approach things. And if I do want to continue drawing thumbnails for every stream, if I do want to continue down this path of streaming, like, I don't want to quit. I don't want to... trying to like find what makes me happy about things, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Because I'm happy when I'm streaming, but I don't really always have a whole lot to say, and sometimes I feel like I probably say too much embarrassing shit on stream. That's not good, so that I should learn to maybe shut the fuck up. And I don't know, should I do streams where I'm non-verbal and I just play a game? But then when you're a VTuber, you're kind of doing something that's branding yourself. If someone shows up to my stream and I'm just completely quiet, are they still gonna want to watch me play video games? Or are they there to listen to my voice? I would hope they would want to watch the video games that I'm playing. It's like, sometimes your brain just isn't on. You don't have anything to say. And I'm not one of these streamers that can throw up a stream every single day of my life and talk to you guys for 8 hours. Sometimes, like, I'm a complete socially inept bumblefuck, even in the digital realm. I don't know how to talk to anyone. I don't know how to hold a proper conversation. So, like I said earlier, I'm like an alien to both worlds now at this point. I don't fit in with the real world. I don't fit in with the online space. I'm just kind of like off on the side. Surviving off of scraps and what little happiness I guess I can. Like a weird, fucked up little abandoned animal, I guess. But yeah. It's been nearly an hour and I haven't started the game yet. Chances are, if you're watching this on YouTube, you've already clicked off the moment you saw the stream starting soon screen. No way are you gonna get to this point in which I say, "Oh hey, sorry for taking too long for getting to the game." But I think like now, we're just gonna hop into the game and we're gonna do some we're gonna enjoy some baby sensory firework games. It's not that deep of a game, but I like it. It's a fun one. So, I'll see you guys in just a moment. Oh, thank you for the redeem. I shall drink some water. Now, if the volume is too quiet, do please let me know. Thumbnail looking good today. Thank you. I was so out of my mind. I prepared it on the 29th, thinking that New Year's Eve was the next day. And I'm like, wait, no, the 30th exists. I was like, holy shit. I completely forgot there was an entire day, but and I was setting up the stream and preparing everything and drawing out a thumbnail. I like actually felt insane that I lost track of time that much, but I guess that's just kind of like the holidays in general.
3 chain.
Now, if the volume needs to be increased or lowered, like, do please let me know. I think this is like a pretty okay volume for the game. So things are like very simple right now. It's introducing us to some basics. We need 3 fireworks and a change. We gotta match the colors, and occasionally it throws a
3 chain.
It throws a wild card at us.
7 chain.
And then if we select the firework, we could kind of like, it's called dribbling in the game.
2 daisy. 8 chain.
We can also use items to also complete one of our chains. It has to like be all of the same color, or an item, or one of the little wild card ones. But you can't match up like 3 of the little rainbow ones together, which are basically the wild cards.
3 chain. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 6 chain. 3 chain.
It gets a lot more complex later on. Though this is kind of like just designed to be a puzzle game that anyone could play.
3 chain.
Shit.
3 daisy.
There we go. Actually doing good now.
19 chain. Good. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 7 chain. Star. Bonus points. Star.
So I feel like this could be a game that is mechanically deep, if you know how to play it effectively as a little puzzle game.
Good. Bonus points. 2 daisy.
Any exploding firework basically ignites a firework of the same color.
2 daisy.
So if you need to explode some reds fast and you have reds as a part of your chain already, that's pretty easy to do, as long as they're in proximity to the exploding fireworks.
3 chain.
Use the item to bounce off of the blue,
2 daisy.
like that.
10 chain.
And there's like different fireworks as well, but it's kind of still hard for me to visually tell them apart.
3 chain.
They have like different exploding patterns.
9 chain.
You're kind of like supposed to like try and hold on to as many for as long as possible.
2 daisy.
But if they disappear, then you're gonna lose health. And there is health in this game. You can game over. So like, this is kind of the kind of puzzle game you hope to do in all one go.
2 daisy.
It's that kind of style of old puzzle game.
Good. Star. 2 daisy. Star. 16 chain. Good. Bonus points.
Okay, we got the star mine bonus.
Star mine.
Could increase it a little bit. Okay, when I get the time, I'll increase it. Try and mix in greens and reds together. I think I've already missed some.
Master chain. Very good.
Let me increase the volume just a little bit. So the soundtrack for each region is completely different. That's what makes this game pretty unique. They all pretty much like play exactly the same, but it's just the soundtracks that are different.
Congratulations.
I'll increase the volume just a little bit more. Alright, let me know if this is like too loud. That's the first stage done, at least. I had it at my default, but then I did a little test around. Well, it sounded a little bit loud, so I toned it down a bit, and now I regret doing that, because it is fine at its default that I use it at.
Three chain. Two daisy. 6 chain. Bonus points. 2 daisy. 9 chain. Good. Star. 4 chain.
Dribble these.
5 chain. 3 chain. 3 chain. Star. 2 daisy. 8 chain. 5 chain. 4 chain. 5 chain. 2 daisy.
So I might go like focus mode a lot during this and not have too much to say. Like I've already like talked your guys' ear off at the start of this stream, so basically at this point, this is where you can leave. The just chatting segment is over with. It's just gonna be me with whatever brain rot kind of crosses my mind and like thinking about the new year and whatever bullshit that's gonna bring forth. But hey, firework game. Good game for the New Year's. Good game for 4th of July too.
6 chain. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 15 chain. Good. 3 chain. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 9 chain. Bonus points. Star. Star.
If I get 2 more stars, I get the star mine bonus round again.
11 chain. 2 daisy. Bonus points. Bonus points. 16 chain. Very good.
I believe the power-ups kind of work like a shoot 'em up as well,
2 daisy.
where you could juggle them, or dribble them rather, that's the proper terminology. And they will change into a different thing depending on like, do you want the bonus points or do you want a star mine?
3 chain.
Do you want energy? Do you need health? Like, well, I couldn't do it right there because I'm in kill mode right now.
3 chain.
Speaking of like weird YouTube algorithm bullshit, I've been noticing in more and more videos, people bleep out dead, die, kill, and it's insane to me.
Star mine.
Psycho's coming out in 2025, so some good stuff is happening. Yeah, it's coming out in Year of the Snake too. Even that's gonna be my year. Select as many as possible. for every one that you fail to detonate in Star Mine mode, it decreases the timer as well. Star Mine is really good for raking up points and restoring your health if you're running low. I got a 100% rate there, which is good. Plus the backgrounds in this game are very, very chill and very nice.
4 chain. Stop. 12 chain. 4 chain.
It's just a very feel-good and relaxed kind of game. Even though relaxing and feeling good hasn't been the thing that I've been doing for the past 2 days, or even before even starting the game. This has been a very not feel-good stream so far, so
10 chain.
I definitely didn't bring good vibes to the
Stage
table.
clear. Congratulations.
Maybe I'll make my Lamia form. Yeah, we have these like super weird fake retro cutscenes that for some reason are just live action and have nothing to do with the game's story, but they're charming in that way. It's like, what the fuck? Huh? Why are there real children now? What the fuck? Hey, I'm an incubus. I could change my form. I could change my body if I want. I could be anything. I'm a dream demon.
2 days. 7 chain. Stop. 3 chain. Stop. 5 chain. 6 chain. Energy up. Stop. 2 daisy. 6 chain. Stop. 2 daisy.
Getting the big chains now. It's where the game starts ramping up a little bit. You can have a little more fun. It doesn't feel as slow and restrictive
19 chain.
as to like what's happening.
Stop. 5 chain.
So if there's like 2 of the same color in a wild flare and then like a 1 straggler color, you usually like want to grab the 2 or an item, then you could like bounce off of them.
2 daisy.
Explain the mechanics while I'm like actually playing the game is a little bit difficult though. We nearly have a star mine though, so you can tell I'm like doing pretty okay.
5 chain. 4 chain.
This game did get a sequel, but it was like a Japanese only sequel. It didn't really take off in the United States, I feel. It's like more of a cool tech demo than it like is anything else.
Stop. 2 daisy. Stop.
Here we go.
Star mine. Very good.
I think I only got red. Any color that you get included in the star mine flare. Ah shit, I'm missing a bunch of them. Shit. Not good, not good.
22 chain.
Those will show up in your big combo. So if you want to make it a really hard time for yourself, you could mix a bunch of colors together. Or you could just go for a mono color.
Stop. 9 chain.
But a lot about this game is just being able to juggle stuff. And
3 chain.
I think it has like that Game & Watch appeal to it, in a way.
8 chain.
You're thinking of, okay, what do I prioritize here? What appeared first? What can I immediately connect with?
18 chain. Good. Stop. 3 Star. 2 daisy. 9 chain. 3 daisy.
And we have another star mine again, because I'm doing that good. We have, like, I think every single color. Yep. There's gonna be a crazy one. So pretty much, like, just grab them in the top and then detonate them so they detonate the ones underneath of them. Just start juggling as many of them as you can.
Master chain. Wonderful. Master chain. Great.
But isn't this soundtrack such smooth listening? Well, when you're not hearing like a million fucking explosions at the same time. Oh god.
14 chain. Good.
95 success rate. Not 100, but still pretty okay. Yeah, you could have like 2 wild flares in one color, and then you can start bouncing off the other colors.
Star. Bonus points. 22 chain. Great. 4 chain. 3 chain.
If you want to hold on to a color, you could like unselect it as long as it's not part of a combo and it won't detonate itself, and you could kind of like, if you're really good at juggling things,
Stage clear.
I imagine that's some high skill play. If you
Congratulations.
have the brain for it, but I don't. One thing that's always been, I guess, maybe a flaw of mine is whenever I see high scores in video games, it means absolutely fucking nothing to me. I see numbers in the millions, the thousands, and my eyes just gloss over and roll back into my skull. Like, I'm like, what does any of this mean? I'm kind of a small numbers is better dude when it comes to games like RPGs. When I see big number, I get really, like, unexcited because I know the power creep is gonna be insane in the late game.
7 chain.
But if a game always has really small numbers to it, I feel like you kind of understand the growth a little bit more.
Bonus points. 2 daisy.
Sometimes I just don't like numbers at all.
Good. 3 chain.
I'm not a very mathematical person.
4 chain. 7 chain. 2 daisy. 12 chain. 5 chain.
Damn it, missed that one.
2 daisy. 8 chain. Star. 6 chain.
And now the game gets a little bit more crazier, because now, like, everything is rotating while we're doing it.
11 chain. Good. 4 chain. Bonus points. 2 daisy.
We're going on a little bit of a space adventure. There's no longer the calming city backdrop doing New Year's Eve.
6 chain. Star. 12 chain. 3 chain. 3 chain. 9 chain. 2 daisy.
Occasionally I just am gonna miss a firework because it's like always hard to balance everything. It gets pretty chaotic sometimes.
4 chain. 2 daisy.
The snapping is like pretty good. It's not like 100% accurate, but like you kind of just rotate your joystick
Two daisy.
in the general direction of like where you want to go. There's some aiming required, but it's not as like precise.
22 chain. Star mine.
Happy New Year from Canada. Okay, Canada has crossed. Well, at least some parts of Canada have crossed the New Year. I'm a dirty West Coast American, so we're like second to last, I think. What, the Hawaii time zone is last when it comes to New Year's?
Master chain. Very good.
94%, not 100. Run ruined.
Ten chain. Two daisy. 10 chain.
Yeah, if you need a game that like just really satisfies monkey brain,
6 chain.
you can't go wrong with this game. This game is very monkey brain friendly. It makes you feel like you're doing something good too.
13 chain. 2 daisy. Stop. Bonus points. 13 chain. Good.
I think this was maybe made to like show off the PS2's like it basically just was a glorified tech demo turned into like a puzzle game of sorts.
Chain. 2 daisy. 11 chain. 2 daisy. 11 chain. 4 chain.
Puzzle games are really hard to stream because they require a lot of your focus.
Clear.
So just enjoy the lackluster commentary and the pretty colors. Hello, Scarf to Smith. This game is very Y2K in a way. An era I thought I would never really like miss, but now that it's gone, I miss this weird fake future. That like the fake cool future that we thought we were gonna get, and the actual future we get is just boring nightmare. Like everything is just the same, just worse. We don't get any of this like cool futuristic bullshit like CRTs that are completely round and big goofy phones that look like sex toys. We just, the internet was the future, and not the kind of future that we should be happy about. Here's like my fucking favorite track in the game.
3 chain. 5 chain. 2 daisy. 8 chain. Bonus points. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 10 chain. Bonus points. 3 chain. 2 daisy. Energy up. Energy up. 14 chain.
The items act as a really useful buffer for when you need a quick combo. Like, just grab an item and you'll be good. Kind of fucking up, though.
2 daisy.
I'm pretty good at, like, not getting a game over in this game.
Bonus points. 4 chain.
May or may not happen, we'll see.
2 daisy. 10 chain. 2 daisy. 8 chain. Bonus points. 3 chain. 2
I wonder how comprehensible this is to someone who is not playing it. Probably not very comprehensible.
3 chain.
Probably like just looks like an automated screensaver when it's not your brain thinking about it. It does have a mode where you could just have it automatically play itself and kind of act as a screensaver if you want. So like, yeah, probably leftover remnants of the fact that this was a tech demo for the PS2.
2 daisy. 10 chain. Good. Star. 2 daisy. 7 chain. Energy up. 8 chain. 2 daisy.
That giant moon city.
13 chain. 3 chain. Star. 3 daisy.
I think for the version I'll do next, I'll probably do the European version.
7 chain. Good.
It's like the one with the OST that I'm not like too crazy about.
5 chain.
Just like Japanese, American, then European
2
is how I feel like the best soundtracks.
9 chain. Bonus points. 10 chain. 3 chain.
Fuck. Stop dropping the ball, Rick. Your health is getting low. You haven't gotten a star mine.
6 chain. Stop. 6 chain. Stop. 2 daisy. 7 chain. 2 daisy.
There we go.
Star mine.
We'll be having sex with robots in 2025, according to that one tweet, though. Will we? Time to... I don't know if that's kind of the future that I want to live in, though. A lot of people that are more cynical, I feel like, are, heck yeah, robots. I don't gotta deal with loving a real person and the complexity that comes from trying to figure out someone else's brain and learning to be compatible with them. And I think that's what makes being in a relationship so appealing, is that struggle to find someone that you connect with. To just become a robot fucker is to completely abandon humanity and effort to even... it's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling for sure. Meeting someone that you could connect with in a meaningful way is a Herculean task, in my opinion.
Congratulations.
It kind of does have Guitar Man vibes, the Moon City. Like you'd fight the Ben K stage. It's also something I just don't really like about the modern world so much, is the romance and everything has just been sucked out. Sex being something that sells has always been a thing. But now people are just like pretending that sex doesn't sell, but still trying to sell you sex something about it just feels really anti-human, very anti-life in a way.
Very good. Stop. Energy up.
Maybe I'm just like talking out of my ass here. I don't know.
Energy up. 5
You watch a lot of old movies and there's like romance everywhere, and people like got convinced that was like a bad thing, that they're shoehorning romance or romance doesn't belong. And then you get modern movies where there's no romance whatsoever, and everything is platonic and it's just boring. I talk about this during my Valentine's Day streams, but I'm not like the most cynical asshole where it's like, oh, I'm single, I hate other people being in love. It's like, no. I'm the kind of person that like wants that. Like, I want to feel love too. I don't want to be cynical and give up and think there's no hope whatsoever. We just like think about the red letter media, like Star Wars review, where they talk about Han Solo and Leia reuniting, and it's just the most awkward, fucking passionless scene ever. Where it's like a divorced old couple just staring at each other. And you look at the old Star Wars, and it's like they were in love, and there's like that was like a payoff moment, like it just like, yeah, just things now you can't. At least those giant corporation movies they're just a board of executives with no passion in their life making these decisions. This is a Disney film. It's a G for everyone. You can't be having any single romance because some stupid shitty blogger on the internet said this trope is getting old, that you have two characters and they kiss and fall in love, and you have to have some romance, you gotta have some action, you gotta have some stakes, you gotta give people a motivation to fight and, protect what they feel they should protect. Because who would have thought, if you don't have the capacity to love anyone or anything, then what reason do you have to take care of anything or want to protect anyone or anything? Love is a very important emotion and feeling. And that's why I think if people just give up and want to fuck a robot instead of another human being, then like, yeah, the end times are kind of gonna be upon us. I don't know. Weird schizo rant. Or maybe I'm just actually a normal human being and everyone else is schizo. You just gotta find someone out there who's as weird as you are, and like hope that there's someone out there that's as weird as you are. Though things don't always work out, even sometimes when you feel like you do connect with someone a lot. That's what makes love so complicated. Most normal, I've heard you say. I think you're gaslighting me. I don't know what it's like to be normal. I'm not like a normal human being.
Stage clear.
The kind of world that I was raised in doesn't really feel like it exists anymore. Having to live right through the swap from analog to digital is kind of like really expedited how it feels to be alive. I'm like, shit, I should have been like ahead of the curve with everything, but now I feel like I'm 60. I feel like an elderly person. I shouldn't be feeling like this. The scientist made the red goop. Change is scary. It just makes me remember that my manager said change is always good. And that was like the thing that just ruined my entire day and pissed me off. Because it was for an entirely stupid fucking change that he was told by upper management to do. That makes no fucking sense. And would just serve to like complicate everything for me going forward during our busiest month.
Star.
Missing the greens.
Star. 2 daisy. 9 chain. Star.
I'm getting like low health and I don't like that. Yeah, we're traveling through the firework zone right now. Our map is just a question mark too, which is funny and great. Not even the game knows where we are. It just knows, like, at this point, we have complete tunnel vision. We're just enjoying the vibe, we're enjoying the music. It just doesn't even care about making any cohesive sense.
Master chain. Good.
You're along for a ride, sit back, enjoy it. Get sucked through the wormhole. You're traveling into the future, baby. Just like that, I pretty much have all my health back. I'm just doing really good at this part now. It really does get fun when it gets a lot more chaotic. Once you're really good at telling the fireworks apart, you can kind of tell what you can prioritize and explode to keep the chain reaction going. Forget what those daisy bombs or something, where they spread out.
Stage clear.
Okay, we have one final zone.
Congratulations.
I'm super glad things are winding down at work, though. Another bad news, though, the eczema on my hand started flaring up again. Which I think chocolate definitely has to be a trigger for it. Because I got like a lot of chocolate for Christmas, and I've been eating a lot of chocolate. And then like, yeah, it rears its ugly head, so now I can't indulge in chocolate that much. Unless I want to pay the price for it. Like, I'm just gonna have to learn how to be indifferent about this thing, and like have a weird, gross hand. I'm kind of just a weird, gross person anyways, though, so... Probably easy to do.
3 chain. Star. 3 chain. 3 chain. 6 chain. Star. 2 daisy. 10 chain. Bonus points. Star. 2 daisy. 10 chain. Bonus points. Bonus points. 2 daisy. 14 chain. Very good. 5 chain. 4 chain. Stop.
I'm getting pretty low health. It'd be a damn shame if I failed now. I don't know if there's like any regional difficulty differences.
17 chain.
It mostly feels the same to me, and it basically just is a puzzle game.
Bonus points. 13 change. Good.
I don't think there's like that much randomness to this.
2 daisy. 14 change. Good.
I used the item right there to complete my 3 chain, even though I didn't have all the right colors to do it.
12 change. 5 change. 3 change. 2 daisy. 10 change. Bonus points. 4 change. 2 daisy. Bonus points. Bonus points. 3 daisy. Star mine. Fantastic.
Oh my god, that explosion's so fucking massive, it's crashing the game. It's just a giant chain reaction, holy shit.
Master chain. Great.
Success rate 100 though. It was just a mono color though. Could have got a higher score, I think, if I mixed in some different colors.
Stage clear.
Alright, we're being sucked into a black hole now. That's like the oldest scientist man possible. Like when you think of an old man scientist, that is like the perfect example that will just appear in your brain. The weird nuclear family style cutscenes. And we get the goofy credits too, where they show some of the behind the scenes. Wow. Normal American family. When was the last time you saw a little girl that actually had her hair tied up like that with the big comical ribbons? You can tell their hairstyles and costumes were designed by a Japanese artist who was a freeaboo and really liked the nuclear family style American image. And he's like, I want that for my game about exploding up fireworks in space. The kid looks traumatized right there. They're giving him some Japanese snacks. There's that big goofy fucking future phone. And a beanie like that with some like sunglasses on top fucking screams early 2000s. They didn't even have to put these photos in the credit sequence, but I'm pretty sure they we have a ton of space. Slap some fucking photos in there. Show the power of the PS2. Though it's kind of sad now. I feel like documentation and the making of features for movies, you're not gonna see a whole lot of that anymore. It's now just like a part of the promotion, but you're not getting the extended look. Because we're straying away from DVDs and extra features. During this era, the making of and behind the scenes stuff was all the rage, and now it's digital formats and you're not getting that kind of content anymore, unless you're finding videos on the internet. Do they even still include stuff like that in DVDs? If DVDs are still even being made, I don't know, I don't think so. Ah, 5th place, god damn it. Cole mentioned earlier, you guys are in the VR chat world. I was sleeping. I was like, ah, shit, I need to shut my computer off and just powered it down. There is an extra mode, so, you know, you got chain attack, you got normal game, you got extra game. But I'm not gonna bother with any of that shit for now. Maybe some other time. Fantastic time. They love their PS2. Fireworks. FantaVision. Play FantaVision. Alright, so I'm gonna swap on over to, we will do the PAL version now. AKA the European version. Italiano. Not English. I don't know how to speak Italian. I'm a fucking fake Italian. Is he fucking this music? What the fuck is his music? This is the one I don't like. It's so unfitting to like what's happening. At least the Japanese version, it's like it tonally feels right. It feels like a club fever dream. I mean, it's still good music, but from best to worst, Japanese, American, European. Well, I could play with 2 people. I believe in the versus mode, you could, you know, if you had friends to play with, you get a character selection. You could just choose the realistic people's portraits as the character you want to play as.
3 chain.
There you go, I kind of choose the power-up you would like. Because this is the European version, does it run a little bit slower than the other 2?
3 chain.
The 50 Hz TV debuff.
2 chain. 11 chain.
Even though that was like apparently bullshit, that 50 Hz wasn't the standard in Europe. They just thought it was.
3 chain.
Or maybe just more 50 Hz TVs were used, but like people still had 60 Hz.
2 daisy. 11 chain.
Yeah, Japanese like was way more chill. This is like more high energy.
2 daisy. 9 chain. 9 chain.
It's so weird to see the city though again,
3 chain.
because like we just went through a fucking space journey.
6 chain.
Now we're back on the shitty Earth.
6 chain.
I wouldn't have minded if they had like very pretty city backdrops throughout the entire game. The fact we go through a space journey is a part of the charm.
2 daisies. 6 chains. 3 daisies. Star mine.
Star mine. All one word now. No space between it. Or what do they call that? The kerneling? It's something you gotta be very careful of in graphic design.
Very good. Very good.
Making myself miss some fireworks as I'm like freezing them and I'm like abandoning them. I'm like, shit, I'm interrupting the chain. The Star Mine music for the European version isn't that bad.
Very good. Three chains.
There we go, managed to juggle them long enough.
Star. 5 chains. 6 chains. 4 chains. 20 chains. Star. Star. 10 chains. 3 chains. Star. 2 daisies. Star. 13 chains. Star. 4 chains. 4 chains. Empty out. 2 daisies. 13 chains. 3 chains. 4 chains. 2 daisies.
Just like in the zone right now.
13 chains. 2 daisies. 8 chains. Stage clear.
I hate like when you're on that final one, you have it all lined up in your mind, but then it cuts to the stage clear and you're like, no, I wanted to explode it. You're having such a good time exploding shit. I mean, I hope one day we could see more games like this and people just realizing games can also just be fun and that a good story is also kind of just a byproduct sometime. Arcadey games need to make a comeback. Just go ahead and save my replay. It don't matter. The first stage always is like the same song, and then it branches out into different music when you get into the other stages. The second, like, Japanese-only game it's got a really good soundtrack to it.
2 daisies. Star. Star. 18 chains. Good.
I wonder how many times they tried to reboot this, because it feels like a lot of the older PlayStation exclusives at least had up until the PlayStation 3 to get a reboot before being canceled.
10 chains.
Or at least maybe it was relegated to an iToy gimmick later in its life, who knows? Or a PlayStation Move game. It's kind of like...
Chain.
the fun spirit was there, but gimmicks kind of just weighed these games down. They weren't going to be able to make it normally, because the price tag for video games would keep a lot of people at bay, obviously. You could probably get away with only selling this game for like $40 or however much it probably costed when it first came out. In the era where this is like, oh my god, these graphics are beautiful, holy shit, this is like brand new, we've never seen this before. Now something like this, an indie person could basically shit this out in a week in a game jam. I'm pretty sure. And people just wouldn't bat an eye at it. But back then, when video games were good,
Very good.
something like this was actually very impressive.
8 chain. 2 daisies. 2 daisies. 14 chain. Very good. 3 chain. Star. 3 chain. Star. 2 daisies. 8 chain. Star. Star. 9 chain. 3 chain. 7 chain. 2 daisies. Star mine.
Yeah, in the early 2000s was just an era that I thought I wouldn't miss until it was actually just, you know, it was gone and things weren't as exciting and experimental. And I'm like, oh, we actually did have something pretty special, and we did kind of just lose it. The more dated something looks in a good way, I kind of just, I like it, I fuck with it.
Master chain. Wonderful.
I'd rather things be experimental and fun, rather than, what's gonna sell. There were no blockbuster video games, I'm pretty sure, like, oh, the video games are making billions of dollars now. You have to chase the current trends. No. Just make a game about exploding fireworks in the sky. Showcase what the PS2 can do.
4 chain.
Make a funny little game where you play as a funny little mosquito sucking blood from family, driving them crazy, with Japanese humor and all that.
5 chain. 3 chain. 4 chain.
Make a goofy little game where you're just a little girl saving her possessed sisters from vanity demons that turn them into giant booby monsters.
4 chain.
On paper, that sounds weird and perverted, but not really. There's a lot more games that are just like perverted and sex sales now.
Energy up. 10 chain.
The funny thing about Stretch Panic is, like, it's not doing any of that to be sexy. It's more comedic than anything.
Stage clear.
And when I say dated, like,
Congratulations.
there's some, like, there's a difference. There's bad-looking dated, and then there's, like, timeless-looking dated. If that makes any fucking sense at all. Good aesthetics will carry through. I mean, I think these cutscenes look good, honestly. There's an art behind them, there's a vision, there's an effort to make something unique. And, like, picture a cool future that we're never gonna get. So when you see a cool futuristic setting like that, you know it's like fucking 60s, the 2000s idea of the future. But the future we get to is just everything's just a fucking flat screen television now. and there's no such things as wires, and everything's just lame. Every fucking piece of technology, future technology in movies now is just a fucking blue digital screen that floats in front of someone. There's no mystique behind it anymore. It's boring.
3 chain. 8 chain. 2 daisy. Bonus points. 11 chain. Good. 3 chain.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
2 daisy. Star. 19 chain. Good. 4 chain. 21 chain. Star. 3 chain.
I'm sure early CGI looks really weird, but it also has a charmingness to it. It just sucks that we can't get that kind of stuff back. That was just kind of a byproduct of the times where things just had a unique look to them because of the limitations of hardware. Now, in order to make that, you have to like have the artist touch to emulate it.
7 chain.
Because most of the companies that would make this kind of stuff throughout all their old hardware, and like either someone really autistic about computers has it in their house now, or, you know,
6 chain.
you're lucky if you can find programs that still work with some PCs, and
9 chain.
modern PCs, it's kind of a nightmare to think about. Like how much stuff gets lost and how many programs just don't work anymore. Trying to install old PC games is always a goddamn nightmare because of that.
Star. Energy up. Energy up.
I'm doing like pretty rough here.
Star. 17 chain. Good. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 14 chain. Good. 4 chain. Bonus points. Star. 9 chain. Star. 3 daisy.
Let's see, connect to the items. There we go.
Bonus. Star. 2 daisy. 19 chain. Great. Star. 3 daisy. Star mode.
Not so normies, more so corporate suits.
Good.
Ugh, corporate suits. You gotta ruin everything good. But at the time a lot of this shit was made, they kind of needed corporate suits because those are the people with money. But now those corporate suits are just more stingy with what they finance because they just all want a success now. Because so many games from this era, fucking awesome, visually interesting, unique artists, passion projects, and then they didn't sell, and then the investors are like, I'm not gonna fund any more games. Everything cool is just kind of a fluke, I guess.
Master chain. Very good.
That's kind of the sad truth of everything, is passion doesn't pay the bills. You're lucky if you do get to make your passion project in your lifetime.
Energy up.
Otherwise, you'd basically just have to be born into a rich family to be able to pursue your passions and do what you want to do full-time. But you look at all these, like, super influential artists in the past, and, like, yeah, they were just kind of born to rich families, and they just got to do whatever the fuck they wanted. There's not a lot of people that actually did crawl up from the dirt and struggle. And even when they did struggle and become successful, they were probably dead by the point that they did become successful. Like Van Gogh. And then you always have people like saying Van Gogh was an asshole. He was a this and a that. People romanticizing his story, people demonizing him. And he is just like a very troubled, fucked up artist that made very beautiful stuff. And that's very relatable. It's very, very, very relatable. Nowadays, I'm not really like... I don't really know what to consider what I do. It sounds very pretentious to say my streams are art. But it kind of is true, because a lot of it's my art assets. It's stuff I made by hand. Everything is homemade. Mostly everything. It's obvious when it's not something I made. But, I am playing video games made by other people, but I've also injected a lot of my personality and I consider it kind of like a different kind of art. It's not traditional drawn art, but still using my drawn art. A lot of people just like, oh, you're just playing video games for a living. I'm like, I'm not playing video games for a living. I don't... It's hard to say this is like even a... like, no one makes money off of streaming unless they're already like super big or successful. Well, no one makes a living wage off of streaming unless they're like a part of a corporation. At that point, it's just a job. But when I always look at other VTubers, I'm like always thinking like, oh, cool, art, and then like I'm like, wait a minute, like yeah, no, they didn't make anything. They paid other people to make all their stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm not as interested now. I like finding the self-made people. Tough to say, someone else creates your stuff too. It's not bad, and I'm just saying like, I admire when everything is homegrown to a certain degree. Or at least like someone is a connoisseur of the arts and has good taste in artists to get their models. Because, I mean, most other VTubers out there are just kind of stock anime girl. A trend in VTubing I've seen is they just, you know, live 2D bodies. They all have the same figure, they all have the same complexion. They could just hide everything beneath their neck and slap that onto their model and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But because I made my shit, I can't do that. It's gonna be too jarring. The style is like too drastically different. I could do it for comedic sense. I could just have a shitty generic anime girl body. That's not mine at all. And I could just pin that behind my head if I wanted to. But I think it's more charming that I could just, if I wanted to turn myself into a lobster, I could just draw a lobster body instead. I wouldn't have to like rely on other people's assets to make anything. But that requires time. Time is money, as the famous goblin line goes.
Good. 3 daisies. 12 Very good. Star.
Every hour I'm not working a real job, I'm basically losing money, and I'm just doing something that makes me happy.
4 2 daisies.
When it does make me happy. I did spend the first part of the stream just kind of bitching and moaning and not feeling so good about where I am right now. But, I mean, Who the fuck wants to wake up every day and do a shitty retail job or something they have no fucking passion for? Definitely not me. And then if that's like all that my future holds for me, of course I'm gonna get depressed. Of course I'm gonna think like, oh hey, yeah, I'm a failure at what I do.
Star Mine.
Which it's not a fun thought to have at all. So I gotta think of it in a very Cope-like way. Maybe one day, more people will appreciate what I do, or maybe I'll be one of those old artists, like when they die, finally people will realize like, oh, this stuff is cool. Too bad I wasn't around to appreciate it when he was alive. And in a way, like, that doesn't mean like actually being dead, but like, there could be old creators that you like on the internet that just don't do what they used to do anymore. I used to love a Let's Play duo called Spike and Barley. They were fucking cool. They were funny. I loved their videos, and I go back and watch their videos all the time. Their Afraid of Monsters playthroughs, like, a very comfy watch, and I really enjoy it. The old Half-Life 1 mod that they're playing in Sven co-op. So it's a really fun, charming series that they did, and like they were like a really funny duo, and I just don't. One day just kind of stopped making videos, and they came back for a short time, and then they stopped doing it again. So did they stop being friends with each other? Did they just go their separate ways in life, or did money get in the way of everything as it usually does and tears apart Let's Play groups? I am just a solo person, and I don't really have anyone else to bounce off of or match a personality. Like I said earlier, have I ever had a true friend for most of my life? Probably no, not really, because I always just lost friends and grew distant from them. Or people decided as long as I wasn't useful to them anymore, just throw them away. I got a better friend. Rick sucks.
8 chain. 3 chain.
Drama is just kind of always inevitable.
5 chain. Star.
And as the internet got progressively worse, drama just became more and more like commonplace.
Star. Bonus point. 10 chain. 2 daisy.
Monetization of everything on the internet just really ruined a lot of what I liked about old internet.
Good. 4
Destroyed a lot of my favorite YouTube channels.
4 chain. 3 chain.
It stopped being about, hey, let's play cool games and talk and be interesting and share like fun shit about video games and pop culture that we like and the content that we consume, and it turned into we have to be goofy characters that can be put on a t-shirt and sell merchandise and get tons of views on YouTube to make money.
7 chain.
And of course, like the smaller people you like that used to be able to do that, they're not gonna have the time to do that full time. And then if they do have the time to do it, they're making shit tons of money, but they're losing their soul. That's like the fucked up thing.
Energy up. 12. 3 chain. Energy up. 4.
Like, if you find a streamer that you really like, just try and stick around as long as you can, I suppose, and I guess try not to take it for granted, because one day they're probably just gonna be gone, and you're not gonna have that streamer anymore to fall back on.
9 chain. Star.
Luckily, I still like stuff like Vine Sauce and Varg Skeletor. They're still around, they're still kicking. Yeah, sometimes it feels like they're slowing down a bit, or their game choices aren't really, like, as good as they used to be. At least, you know, they're still very good entertainers, and they've been around the block long enough and survived the test of time.
Very good.
So if you're gonna aspire to be like a streamer, I think you kind of can't go wrong with, at least looking up the Vinny and Joel.
Star. Energy out. 18 chains. 7 chains.
It's hard to imagine a lot of my stuff is going to age as well, or be watchable, or entertaining, because I spend a lot of my time bitching about stuff. And some people just probably aren't going to relate. They're going to be here for the game, and then they're going to get some whiny bitch complaining about irrelevant bullshit.
Star mine.
Then again, this is a New Year stream, playing a game where you just make fireworks, and that's about it. Just chilling the music. Letting the brainworms take over. I'm not a very social person, but when I start playing video games, my brain just doesn't turn off. Which is a major motivation of like why I wanted to stream, because there is something cathartic about just at least being able to talk about random shit while you're playing a video game and get it off your brain. I'm not like alone, completely alone, even though sometimes it feels like I'm alone, but people lurk. There are people lurking.
Stage clear.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Looking at the viewer count number is always a bad thing to do, but it says there's at least 15 of you out there lurking, even though the chat is kind of like not so active, but I've been a little bit tunnel visioned with the game. I'm sorry if I've missed your messages. FantaVision, yeah. Catching up with chat a bit, so at least I didn't miss all your stuff. Yeah, Normie's like being weird about Japanese games. I feel like people nowadays are more accepting of Japanese games because just everything has gotten so absurd and weird and nonsensical. You look at 21st century humor and like memes that we're in a very weird time right now. Anything and everything can go viral and become like a big sensation, even though it makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Star. 3 daisy. 13 chain. Good. 3 chain.
Yeah, drawing while you watch someone is also like, I'm very guilty of doing that. I tend not to talk in other people's chats much when I watch them anymore.
3 chain.
If there's something I could chime in and say, I'll try and say it, but I don't know. I feel like I either always get ignored or I annoy maybe someone by being a know-it-all about cool facts about video games that they might be playing. Or maybe I'll be too backseaty. I don't know. Like me watching anyone play Blue Stinger is I mean, that's a game that if you want to play it blind, you're gonna have a bad time. There's no polite way of putting that, but like you're gonna fucking hate the game unless you let someone like actually backseat you. Some of those puzzles are way too obtuse for at least how some people play games now. It's not a game that you can very easily figure out because it does have a lot of flaws to it.
Good.
There's another thing VTubers like kind of suffer through is they don't want to disrupt things too much or derail a chat. I know when someone starts being like a bigger VTuber or a well-known VTuber in someone's community, they kind of just like want to take a back seat and not cause too much of a distraction away from the person who's streaming. It could be a little bit taxing sometimes when I do show. I'm not a big streamer or anything, but like when people greet me in other people's chats, I kind of feel a little bit weird. Like, no, don't make this about me. I'm just here to occasionally shit post and say some things about the video games. Huge famous Rickubus in chat right now. Yeah, no, it's never gonna fucking happen. I'm too much of an antisocial idiot to like fucking ever be someone anyone ever like looks up to or like I don't know. It'll be the year 2030, and then once the internet learns that I have a foot fetish, they're gonna like decide to collectively ruin my entire career and say like, oh man, I grew up watching Rickubus's streams. I can't believe he had a foot fetish. Oh my god. Ew, what an awful person. Into the trash he goes. I can't believe I ever... He betrayed me. I'm like referring to something that happened earlier this year with a big YouTuber. Just had some weird fascination with like shoes, and people were acting like he killed their fucking pet or something.
3 chains.
It's insane to me that people could act like you betrayed them. It's like, I don't even fucking know you. Who are you people? I just play video games on the internet. What does me liking this like have to do with your daily life? Why did I ruin your childhood? Is your decision to actively watch like it's just like insane to me. People could be like that. Chugga Conroy, yeah, I'm like trying not to name names, but that was something that happened. I know the situation is a little bit more complex than that, but I keep my hands free of drama. I don't really like dive into it, but I know most of the time whenever any big shit fucking happens, just kind of like sit back and watch the fire. Don't act on it. Let itself sort itself out. Let more information come out. Don't get emotional over things. Life hack. If you're ever feeling fucking really fucking shitty and like you're about to do something you're gonna regret, don't fucking do it. Walk away from the computer. Don't post that tweet. Don't reply. Don't do anything. Don't acknowledge anything. Just go cover yourself with a blanket like a bird in a cage and like turn yourself off and wait a few days when you're not like as heated or in the moment about something, and usually things will kind of sort themselves out. Never like pour gasoline on the fire. But that's what the modern internet kind of does to a lot of people, is trial by fire. And of course these situations get really fucking bad for everyone involved. It's like, honestly, shit like that makes it really terrifying to really put yourself out there on the internet. So that's something I have liked about small streamers and VTubers and indie people, is they're kind of fearless about putting themselves out there. and just talking about the weird shit that they like.
2 daisies.
It kind of reminds you at the end of the day, like, everyone is just kind of on a smaller scale, and you need to stop, like, measuring what happens to more famous people.
710.
Quote-unquote famous, because the truth of the matter is everyone who's a celebrity on the internet is a fucking Z-list celebrity. They aren't no fucking Hollywood star.
2 daisies.
They probably make like a couple pennies off of YouTube ads to be able to live a somewhat comfortable life. But the YouTube grind is hell on earth, even for people that are
2 daisies.
at the top.
2110. Good.
Sorry if like this is very loud and you can barely hear me.
2 daisies.
But I feel like there might be a disparity in the loudness of
20.
how the different OSTs sound from the versions. Audio mixing is going to be like completely different because it's all like different artists. You can hear me, don't worry? Okay.
2 daisies. Energy up. 2310. Good. 1110. 2 daisies.
What stage was this? 7? Already at the end of the game
810.
again? Yeah, is this on DS or is there also another fire? I think you're talking about Meteos, I think that's what it's called. Kind of a similar concept, maybe? I've never played Meteos, though. I just know there was, like, something that might have been similar enough to this.
410.
But as far as I know, this is a Sony exclusive series.
Starmine.
Yeah, to go all Doom posty again, it does feel like we're a little bit at the end times right now, with how insane everything is and how cynical, and we're watching everything kind of crash and burn. This is where I say something introspective and deep, like, you gotta appreciate the good things in life like they're fireworks, because they're there in a flash and gone in a flash. It's a beautiful display that is only temporary for like a couple seconds. Music, culture, art, people. Here 1 minute, gone another.
Stage clear. Congratulations.
I know I'm saving over replay data. It's just like, I still have that old brain that still really likes to do that. Just save over files. This is like way back when you had to manually save games. They didn't save themselves. Now, like, every game just has autosave and it removes a lot of the challenge. There's like something kind of satisfying about having to manually save, because then you know, like, oh yeah, like I have to learn how to be good at this game, otherwise I'm gonna lose my progress.
3 chain.
It gives you that extra fire underneath of your ass to perform a little bit better and strive to be better.
9 chain. 5. 4 chain. 2 daisies. Energy up. 14 chain. Good. 5 chain. Star. 3 chain. 5 chain. Energy up. 2 daisies. Star.
So this is a really nice track for the European version, at least.
2 daisies.
very, like, trancey. It's, like, really good for getting you, like, hyper-focused into the game, honestly.
Good. 2 daisies. 12 10. Bonus 10. Star. 21 10. Good. 4 10. 4 10. 3
This is just a really fun kind of video game to just pick up and play. When you want to kill some time, vibe out to some music. Not really have to care about anything. Like, it may... I don't know. Maybe my brain is just weird, but it's not scary at all. It's completely readable and understandable, and the gameplay feels really nice.
15 10.
This is just kind of like meant to be a puzzle game that anyone can play. It's not supposed to be something that's like super deep and challenging unless you want it to be super deep and challenging.
3 days. 12 10. Good. 7 10. 3 10. Bonus 10. 2 days. 13 10. Good. Energy up. Bonus 10. 2 days. 21 10. Very good. Energy up. 2 daisies. Energy up. Energy up. 17 10. Good. Stay.
This is the good kind of brain rot content. FantaVision would definitely be my Subway Surfers. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it. This is Subway Surfer for the boomer brain. But it's cool brain rot. Subway Surfers is lame. I know it's a meme to like put Subway Surfer footage over everything because anytime you see one of those stupid drama channels on YouTube, they're always either playing Counter-Strike surf maps or Call of Duty or like Subway Surfer, and they're just talking about completely irrelevant shit, and they just needed some random B-roll of game footage to talk about shit that doesn't fucking matter. And they never had the like thought in their mind like, should I really post this? Do people need this? It's like, no. The world would be better without your videos. That's very mean to say, but like I'm getting to that point where, like I've been saying, I enjoy people that are passionate about something and put positivity into their creativity. And sadly, people like that get flushed out instantly by a plethora of low-effort garbage that doesn't make anyone happy. So should it honestly exist? No, it shouldn't. It's like, wow, Rick, you sure know a lot about this kind of stuff, even though you're up on your high horse talking about it. Like, aren't you a part of the problem consuming that kind of stuff? It's like, when you're frustrated about something, it's helpful to like kind of learn why you're frustrated, why you feel the way that you do. If you have no direction to your frustration, then you don't understand why you're frustrated. And I just know my frustration is just the displacement I feel in the modern world where I didn't really ever fit in in real life. I was bullied for liking video games when I went to school. Like, video games weren't cool. And then Grand Theft Auto 3 and Tony Hawk happened, and suddenly everyone had an Xbox and PS2 and they loved video games. But I was still called all kinds of nasty shit for liking video games and playing the baby games like Mario, and you know, I was still a loser even when video games started becoming cool. I'd go over to a friend's house and they'd finally get a video game console. Oh, what games do you have? And then like they'd have all the games that I wasn't interested in because I grew up with you know, colorful platformers and games that weren't really masculine, I suppose, is a good way of putting it. And a lot of like video game marketing media was always directed at making fun of people for enjoying certain things, which is not the best aspect of early video gaming culture. Fifth place again. Because I still like Pokemon even after everyone gave up on Pokemon. That was like the first time, like, we were finally getting into Gold and Silver, and the Pokemon craze died out, like, right at the beginning of that. People stopped caring as much, and I was still the only kid on the playground that was obsessed with Pokemon and excited about the new Pokemon like no one else cared anymore, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I remember the following years is when the Xbox came out and suddenly games started being cool again. Like, I felt on top of the world when Pokemon was the hot shit, because at least everyone liked Pokemon and thought it was fascinating and cool, and they didn't have to play video games to like Pokemon. Actually, Ultra Play movie ranking bonus 2. Wow, all this cool shit. What's the... Nah, I don't want to watch the Ultra Play movie with this music. This music is so unfit. It's so scary for the cutscenes. Pokemon TCG is pretty good right now. Yeah, I don't have fun with trading card games though, which is the unfortunate thing. That requires knowing how to play the game and have confidence in yourself to make legal moves. And I don't have that, and I don't want to socialize with others. I want the process automated. The less human contact I have to make, the better. Let me load up the American version. Alright, saving the second best for the second best for last, I guess. Capture. Why isn't it not wanting to capture? There we go. It's more the same, but more upbeat. As the Japanese version. Fantastic time. FantaVision. You have the more, okay, here we go. This is like more arcadey, and yet you can see the completely different logo. It's more of a clown vomit logo. But it reeks of arcade. It's not a bad logo at all.
Welcome to FantaVision.
Got the male announcer.
3 chain. 3 chain.
A lot more funky too.
Star. 5 chain. 2 daisy.
2 daisy.
Bonus points.
Bonus points.
14 chain. Very good. 3 chain.
Bow, bow.
3 chain. 3 chain.
This definitely feels like more of a carnival night, kind of like OST.
Star. 7 chain. 4 chain.
Shit.
3 chain. 13 chain. 2 daisy. 14 chain. Good. Star. Bonus points. 2 daisy. 6 chain. Good. 3 chain. 2 daisy. Star. 15 chain. Good. 2 daisy. 11 chain.
Ooh, spherical UI design.
3 chain.
I miss old video game menu designs and like just UIs and
3
just
chain.
things used to be fun, even if they were big and took up most of the screen.
3 daisy. 10 chain.
And were kind of like obtuse to read sometimes. They at least had charm, unlike now where everything it looks essentially the same because UI design is so
Star mine.
watered down and unexciting. The Starmine music in this version is like drum and bass. It starts out all scary, like making you think you did something wrong. It's like,
Good.
shit, I already missed some. God damn it. I got too greedy. Drum and bass, like, artists had a really good era of music. They probably weren't finding work in anything mainstream, so they all just, like, started
Good.
composing for games.
13 chain.
And, like, that's, like, how they kind of, like, climbed up the ladder, was just finding success in these games and their soundtracks. And so you would hear, this is like the music of the era in a way.
4 chain. 2 daisy. 11 chain. 2 daisy. 10 chain.
You probably think like, oh, why was I constantly hearing like jungle music and drum and bass a lot during this era of games?
Star.
It's a new exciting medium and people needed musicians, and guess who wasn't probably getting much work at the time because, I don't know, NSYNC and Britney Spears and that kind of music was, and like, the popular thing. And like also rap music was kind of being used in a lot more marketing, I feel.
Energy up. Bonus points. 7.
So the people that just wanted to get on a set of drums and go as autistic as possible, or like make some digital music, were kind of like
Star.
trying to figure out where the hell could we start making music, and what could we make it for? And then video games came along and saved the day.
2 days. Stage clear. Congratulations.
But what do I know? I'm probably talking out of my ass here. I'm just making assumptions, kind of just based on the time and from what I remember. If I was supposed to tell you what kind of music is cool now, I would have no fucking idea, because all advertisements I see use the same football chant music. And like Millennial Whale, I think is what they call it now, where it's supposed to be inspirational, or they just take old song that was good and ruin it by turning it down. Or like having a ashy female vocalist sing the lyrics instead. That's like a movie trailer bullshit that's popular to do now. Or are they finally like over that? I don't know. I haven't been to the fucking movie theater in forever.
Energy up. Energy
But I just know instead of like
up.
hiring dedicated voice actors or theater people or making original music, studios are just opting in to put fucking heavily licensed music into everything. People are afraid of originality and having a no-name person on their movie poster. Star power is unfortunately
2 days.
what sells tickets for movies, I guess. But me, I've never gone to movies and thought like, wow, I want to see this movie because of the actor. No, it's like, I want to see this movie because it looks like a unique, interesting concept, and it's animated. Like, I didn't give a fuck who was voice acting what. I don't play favorites. I don't have, like, actors that I like. I don't fucking give a shit about real people.
11 chain.
I don't give a fuck who's voicing Shadow the Hedgehog in the Sonic 3. Even though it's a funny choice. It's just... It's kind of like what's so heartbreaking about the Mario movie was Charles Martinet was just... He didn't get the Mario role for the movie, and he had been voicing Mario for so long. It's just like, well, we gotta go with the guy that everyone loves in Hollywood films. Sorry, Charles Martinet. This, you know, this was your role for 2 decades, but fuck you. That's just the kind of world we live in now. Just, you kind of... You were made for something, you're just gonna get it taken away from you.
3 chain. 2 daisy.
I'm sure Charles Martinet's relation with Nintendo was kind of soured by that, but they probably keep up like the appearance that everything is fine, and then he's the Mario ambassador or whatever they call it. But I don't know. I'd feel pretty like terrible. But that's another thing about voice actors and musicians as they age and do their art more. It does destroy their fucking voice. You suddenly, like, one day wake up and you're just too old to do the voice properly, and then you end up with a Simpsons situation in which you see, like, fucking Marge Simpson, and it's like, holy shit. She actually cannot do the fucking Marge Simpson voice anymore. It's so insanely bad how awful it sounds. And there's, like, nothing she could do to, like, sound like Marge again. But it's just kind of...
Bonus points. 2 days.
Been doing it for so long.
Star mine. Good.
You can listen to whatever you want now. It's mostly electronic. Well, I mean, like... Anyone can listen to, like, any music that they like at any moment. I'm just saying, like, for advertisement purposes and movie trailers, there's always a stank to a generation that stays prevalent. And then once that's no longer the trendy thing to do that is successful or makes money, they stop doing it. But I don't think anyone's gonna have any sort of nostalgia for the last fucking 20 years. Actually, the last 15 years. It hasn't been 20 years yet. I'm thinking like it's 2030. It's not.
5 change.
The 2010s was really dog shit. And so far, the 2020s have also been dog shit. Like, what good has there been? Everything is just rehashing and remakes and remasters, and
Energy up. 5 change.
you don't really have people making new things at the rate that they were making new things a long time ago. Unless it's more on the indie side, and then you have the indie problem where no one even knows you exist.
Stage clear.
There's an oversaturation of so much shit now, it's impossible to, like, find the good stuff unless you really seek and search. And the average person isn't gonna be asked to do that. I can be asked to do that. I do that all the time. I love digging around. I love looking for stuff, and that's just not what the normal person does, and that's also not what the normal person has time for, I feel. A lot of people are just like, wake up, go to work, come home, sleep, rinse and repeat. And then any small joy they have in life, they don't think more about it than what's on the surface level. So, cool game from fucking 1998, say, gets a remaster, and that remaster is complete dog shit. But the person who, like, has no experience with it picks it up, or at least, like, maybe had limited experience with it, but doesn't, like, remember the experience all too well, picks up the new game thinking, like, oh yeah, this is, like, just like, this is even better than I imagined. It's like, you're completely wrong.
3 change.
Completely wrong. That's the remaster problem.
Star.
Some people care too much about it, like I do, and they get upset when other people enjoy something that is clearly a little bit more phoned in and not paying as good of a tribute to the original as it should. And so I just, you know, you get frustrated watching that happen over and over again.
2 days.
But it doesn't matter, they got that person's money. They're gonna play one level and then drop the game and never touch it again. It's kind of like what happened with Zelda and Breath of the Wild, is no one actually beat Breath of the Wild, but they just played it for like 30 minutes and called it a masterpiece, and Nintendo had their $60 redos, and now it's like, this is the future of all Zelda games. Hope you didn't like having traditional Zelda dungeons or that structure anymore, because we're not going to be doing that for the foreseeable future. Everything's going to be more open world now from now on.
3 change.
But I think they're gonna dial back on that eventually and realize that people do like the older linear versions of Zelda games.
16 change. Good. 3
Breath of the Wild might not age as well as we think it will.
2 days. Star. 14 change. Good. Star. 4 change.
Isn't like the music for this version so good?
Star.
I feel like the European version is just like all melting together in my brain.
Star mine.
Don't worry, they got that Zelda bed magic game. Yeah, I haven't even fucking whatever it's called. I have no interest in playing it though. Wow, you get both a game where you get to play as Princess Peach and Princess Zelda, and no one gives a shit about them, and no one talks about them, and they're just gonna turn into Super Princess Peach all over again. I guess maybe the Zelda whatever of Wisdom is doing well enough and people like it, but like I'm gonna be honest here, it's a end of the life game for the Switch, and so it's not getting the resources that an actual real game would get. Princess Peach Showtime came out and no one liked it.
5 change. Star. 10 change. 3 change. 4 change. Energy up. 4 change. daisy. 12 chain. Good. 10 chain. Good. Star. Bonus points. Bonus points.
Wasn't Zelda 1 basically an open world game? To some degree, but I believe there's a linearity to it. It's been years since I last played it, but I remember it was just a lot more cryptic with where you could go, so it could technically be an open world game, but there kind of was a set way to do things. You did need certain items to get to certain dungeons.
2 days. 13 chain.
But you kind of mostly just had to know where to look to even get it done. Like, there's always a debate of original Zelda was probably bad game design, but it gets a free excuse because it's Zelda and everyone loves Zelda. So it gets a privilege a lot of other games that would do the same wouldn't get.
Congratulations.
You had like that Switch Online coupon thing or whatever. I don't buy my games digitally, so I never get that buy 2 or get 1 free deal. I rather own Nintendo games because even though they're the most accessible games, for some reason, once they're stopped being sold in stores, they retain their value, if not like sell higher than what they would when they were brand new and accessible. You think like how many copies of Pokemon sell, those games would be dirt cheap on the secondhand market, but no. They're absurdly fucking expensive because people don't take care of their shit. They let their dogs eat their copy of Pokemon, or they lose their games because they, I don't know, they fucking put video games in their pockets and go play on the playground or something. As a kid, I was like, yeah, no, my parents paid a lot for this. I am not fucking being stupid and irresponsible with it. And if I bought the game myself, that was also more reason, like, you don't have a lot of money as a kid, so you don't want that stuff getting damaged, and you don't want that stuff getting lost. But I don't know, I guess I'm just a weird exception. I don't relate to other kids. I don't think like other kids did. I didn't do stupid shit. I knew the value of what I owned, and like I didn't trade it in the GameStop. I didn't lend my games out to friends that I know weren't ever gonna return them if I did. I just kind of kept to myself and just protected what I owned. I always hear everyone's like horror stories about, oh, I gave my video game to my friend and I traded a really good first-party Nintendo game for an absolutely dog shit game that I regretted. Or I sold my entire collection to GameStop for like $5 towards an Xbox 360, and just like, you people are just infuriating. How could you be such an absolute rube? How could you be such a fucking buffoon? How could you just be so irresponsible? That's so mean to say, but like, I guess it's the reason why I could get a lot of games for cheap from GameStop, at least, that dumb people existed that didn't know the value of what they owned, and neither did GameStop. But now that's why our entire secondhand market of video games is now fucking absolutely destroyed. Because when GameStop couldn't sell that stock, it went straight into the dumpster, and they destroyed it, and they scratched up the game discs and threw out the boxes and the manuals and everything, and now that sealed copy of that Pokemon game that you thought was gonna be like $5 is now $180 on eBay. Or a used game store. And maybe all the unsold copies went back to Nintendo, and they're sitting in a warehouse somewhere.
14 chain. Good. Bonus points. 11 chain. 8
Whenever anyone wanted to like play my Game Boy, I was like, nope, nope, I have to watch you play it the entire time. That thing ain't leaving my sight.
Time change. Good. Star. Star. Energy up. Star mine.
There was an instance though when I was a kid, like I was just outside playing my Game Boy, because that's what like normal losers would do, would go outside to play Pokemon on their Game Boy. The neighbor girl that liked me and her friend came up to me and like, oh, I wanna try. I'm like, okay, but like, no funny business, and I gotta watch you the entire time. Turns out the neighbor girl that liked me just used her friend to like get my Game Boy away from me so that she could set it to the side and then pin me down, and then my crush could kiss me. Or the girl who had a crush on me could kiss me. I was like, ew, women, go away. I just want to play Pokemon. Don't get off of me. Don't kiss me. I gotta level up my Blastoise. Such a fucking loser I was. Holy shit.
Bonus points. 15 change. Very good.
Ew, cuties. I only like Pokemon.
2 Daisy. Stage clear. Congratulations.
I was like just kind of that autistic of a kid. The Game Boy is where it started deciding my things weren't shared. Yeah, usually takes something like that to learn the hard way. And fortunately, I never had to learn the hard way because I was very untrusting of people from the start. Had his priorities straight, God bless. I can't say I had my priorities straight. I feel like that's the kind of story that someone would just like shake their head at you and go like, wow, what the fuck?
3 chain.
You had a girl that had a massive crush on you and like, you just want to play Pokemon instead of...
14 chain. Good.
I was like a very innocent kid.
2 Daisy. 13 chain.
Sex and relationships wasn't really something that was ever on my mind when I was little. That's just more of a adulthood thing, I think. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that's why people have relationships and like start families, and I'm like, oh, okay, like I guess there's more to life than video games and being autistic. Pokemon and Sonic the Hedgehog, oh my god, like
26 chain. Good. 2 Daisy. Bonus points. Bonus points. 22 chain. Great.
No, tell anyone you like Pokemon and Sonic the Hedgehog 10 years ago, and they'd probably think you're some weirdo, autistic person that has a fur affinity.
3 chain.
And draws yourself as like a humanoid Blaziken fucking a Lucario.
Energy up.
That's something I entirely just made up. I'm not that kind of person. But like, there was a period of time where just liking a Pokemon meant you were some weird sexual deviant. And so also like liking Sonic the Hedgehog as well on the internet was like a mark of shame. Of like, oh yeah, no, this guy's like a fucking pervert for liking this franchise, or like, I was just a kid that grew up with these franchises and I liked them for like what they were. There's no weird byproduct of me liking Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just I thought he was cool and I liked his games.
2 Daisy.
It just sucks that the fucking reputation of things just got so bad from people being internet memesters and just constantly shitting on Sonic the Hedgehog for at least fucking nearly 2 decades before realizing that, yeah, you know what, Sonic the Hedgehog is actually really fucking cool. Maybe the games weren't as shitty as the YouTubers whose opinions I completely copied once said.
7 chain. 2 daisy.
More people need to be a little bit more critical thinking about what they enjoy and not let other people fucking ruin things because...
7 chain.
Oh god, what's my point here? It's just I like something, and then people will just act like it's a sex pervert thing, and then I'll be like, no, I
Star mine.
genuinely like the thing. It has nothing to do with any of that. Kinda like, it pisses me off. I don't know. It's like that one image.
Very good.
I don't care about what dumb cunts on Twitter are saying.
Very good.
I don't care what weird fucking sexual deviant shares my favorite Pokemon and what they're doing with my favorite Pokemon.
Daisy. Energy up. 16 chain. Good. Star. 4
No, there's still people out there that are super big streamers and YouTube people that scream that same recycled garbage that everyone else screams, and it's kind of sad because everyone still has that weird opinion that so-and-so Sonic the Hedgehog is for sex perverts and...
6 chain. 8 chain.
There's some big streamers that I really do want to like, but their entire shtick is still like regurgitating outdated shit about the oddities of the Sonic the Hedgehog fandom.
Congratulations.
I think it's just normal people watching a normal person react to not normal things. But when you're a weirdo and a nerd and not normal, then like these things aren't really that surprising to you, and you don't really know how to make content out of it. But normal people aspire normal things like fame and money, and so they will take a thing you like and pervert it beyond all reasoning and make it into something that's not cool, and will make it into something that's weird and monetizable to an audience that doesn't care about said thing. And it doesn't help that you get some really weird people on the internet too that are just very vocal.
3 chain. Star.
The vocal minority of people that really are into something to a very unhealthy, not nice degree. And then they ruin the entire thing for everyone else.
Bonus points. 2 daisy. 23 chain. Great. 3 chain. 2 daisy. 10 chain. Energy up. Bonus points. 12 chain. 3 chain. Star. 3 chain.
This is like nice zoning out the space music.
10 chain.
European was more fucking getting you like rummed up and hype. This is like more of like you're laid back and just exploding shit, and it's a nice time.
5 chain. Star. 2 daisy.
But back on the topic of, you know, watching normal people react to not normal things, I don't really like that. I feel like that's a trap that too many people fall into.
8 chain. Bonus points.
Like, wow, this is a guy that's never seen anime in his entire life. We must force all anime memes and culture into him and infest him and watch his silly reactions of not being able to understand, and it's like, no, it's fucking stupid. Like, everyone's into their own shit. I'm pretty sure he has tons of shit you don't care about. and don't know like anything about, but it wouldn't be entertaining for him to like talk to you about it. So why should you force your interest on someone else and make a clown act out of it, you know? I kind of like just hate that mentality. Plus, in this day and age, liking anime is now kind of a normie thing, sadly. If video games got ruined as a secret club kind of hobby, like, anime is basically next on the chopping block if it hasn't already happened. It's become so accessible. You no longer have to torrent like fan-subbed anime or anything. You just have fucking services that host it all for free. And then there's people that watch it on Netflix. And normal people having access to anime on Netflix has done a lot of damage to how people perceive anime now. And on the topic of YouTubers that only ever have bad things to say, anime YouTubers are such a headache of a rabbit hole to look into. Because it just seems like, yeah, they're just going through all the same shit people I've been going through with video games. Where it's not really your hobby anymore, and a bunch of new people with dumb money are influencing what happens with your favorite pastime now. And so you're ending up with products that you enjoy less and are more made for a mass market. Or you just share a fandom with some really fucking annoying people. And it starts making people hate that thing just by association. Happy New Year from the South. Happy New Year. It's not New Year's for me yet, but I'm not gonna be streaming when it does hit New Year's. I honestly don't care when that clock strikes. I'll probably be asleep for it. I got work tomorrow. Everyone else in the world has already leaped into the future, and I'm just kind of like behind now. That's like the globalization of everything, just kind of sucks the joy and magic out of things as well. When I was a little kid and it turned into the year 2000, I was outside looking up at the sky with my friends like, oh, is the world gonna end? It's like riding my bikes around in the streets like, what's gonna happen at when and then, you know, nothing happens, fireworks go off, but that's still nicer. But when I'm an adult, I just sit in my room sober. I don't drink, I don't party, I don't have friends to hang out with. At least I have streaming now, but I'm just kind of lame. Like, I wish I had a 4th version or a 5th version of this game with a different OST, but sadly that's, I do not. Unless I wanted to play the Japanese-only sequel, but I want to at least have that in the bag for maybe a 4th of July stream, or another New Year's. Maybe 4th of July, since it'll only be one game. This is at least like 3 different games. Well, same game, but like different OSTs, so... It's a nice showcase, despite all my fucking bitching and complaining and moping. What a dreadful stream it's been.
2 Daisy. Bonus points. Energy up. 19. Very good.
Sorry for being like this. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I was just like... I was like sulking and moping for like 2 days straight, not feeling the best about things, and seasonal depression and just life stuff. And
bonus points. Star. 16J. Very good. Star.
sometimes I just get into these moods, but it's not really a day where I want to completely sit out and skip streaming, because it is an excuse to play something, and It's always been something that's been in the plans of, hey, I can play this game during this time, and it's perfect. It's perfect to do so.
Bonus points.
But it just ends up being filled with a lot of like existential dread and questioning of why I'm not getting much pleasure out of how things currently are. The world feels kind of like really broken right now, and not so positive looking into the future, so it's hard to be happy that it's a new year. Everyone's like, oh, new year, fresh start, and it's like, no, there's a lot of problems to kind of worry about still. It's not going to reset everything bad that already happened in 2024. People are still going to be insane, people are still going to have a really bad, rough time. Things are probably going to stand to get much worse. A lot of people aren't really able to be positive about where things are heading right now.
Bonus points.
And now I'm like not really feeling positive about where things are heading because I've spent this entire stream venting those frustrations.
16K. Good.
I'm kind of like just doomed to wander this earth and not really relate to other people or ever feel like I fit in or that like anything I like or do is ever going to be acceptable, I guess.
Star mine. Good.
Maybe after the stream I'll hop on VR chat, see what's going on, because I definitely have friends that are around doing something, but I expect the servers to just be completely throttled right now with the amount of people. VR chat's the only like way for a loser like me to even experience kind of a New Year's hanging out with people.
Stage clear.
Not saying that other people are necessarily losers for enjoying VR chat and spending their time with others on VR chat. I'm just... You can tell a lot of that was like really programmed into my brain early on, that no matter like how socially acceptable the things that I like are, I'm always still of a loser even within liking that stuff because I'm not the hip trendy kind of person that likes it. At the end of the day, I'm just like a huge bitter loser, and I complain about things a lot. Everyone else is more cooler than I will ever be. All I have going for me is like, I could draw. Okay. But there's better artists than me, so... Better artists with better personalities, and probably... have tastes that align more with other people and can relate with other people more than I can. Yeah, it's just more of a personal failure on my part that I just don't resonate with people or feel like I belong a lot of the time. But I'll always be here to just play some weird games every once in a while. Hopefully show people that old games are cool. You don't always have to have a deep plot. You don't have to have a game that makes you think about things. It doesn't have to be a movie. Sometimes you just need to explode fireworks in a wormhole. And that's good enough. That's a fun time.
13 chain. 2 daisy. 11 chain. Star. 4 chain. 2 daisy. Energy up. 16 chain. Good. Energy up. 4 chain. Star. 2 daisy.
It's like nightmarish wormhole music.
Bonus points. 23 chain. Very good. Energy up. 3 chain. 4 chain.
Every so often you just get that like one thing that blocks your path.
Good. 2 daisy. Star mine.
Happy New Year, Pokey. As long as someone out there enjoys what I make, it's at least that's kind of a win. I get in my own head a lot about, oh, people don't care, and then people do say they care and they do show support, but I'm like, I don't know, like I'm just dumb.
Master chain.
I'm very self-depreciating, like a little bit too much self-depreciating. Definitely not a healthy amount of self-depreciating.
Stage clear. Congratulations.
Yahoo, yippee, New Year, wow. Not yet for me. Happy New Year to everyone who's already past that finish line. I'm still lagging behind as I usually do. Oh god. Ugh. I needed that water, thank you. I've been rambling a lot. Holy shit. What an embarrassing stream. Still gonna upload it to YouTube. Still gonna immortalize it, cause fuck it. Why not? People put worse shit on YouTube. You ever feel bad about your streams and the shit you say? Just watch fucking drama videos and realize, like, yeah, no. What I'm saying definitely has more value than what other people are saying. I guess that's like a silver lining to taking in negativity, is like, yeah, no. There's worse out there. There's always someone out there who's better than you, and there's always someone out there who's definitely worse than you. As long as you know when to say that, I feel like that might be okay. You'll get to the future soon? I hope I never get to the future. I live in the past. The credits music is really good for the English version. Yeah! He's so he's so happy. Delivery man is Eric Pickles. Out the K. Yeah, in terms of like, there's better people out there than you and worse people out there. Like, apply the worst people to like the people that just do nothing good for anyone else ever and just exist to drag other people down. Those are the people that I'm saying are worse than you in every way. They don't do anything to make this world worth, like, feeling like the world is worth living in. They just make you want to hate the world. Sometimes I guess I'm kind of like that, though. New game bad, old game good. Like, no, I definitely put positive stuff out there. In a way, I'm archiving everything that I love and showcasing cool stuff, and people are enjoying that, so... Even if the dumbass drama YouTuber has like 1 million views and 1,000 subscribers and people that hate watch them and support them and comment on everything that they do and boost them in the algorithm, and I have like maybe 10 people total that watch me on YouTube, I guess I'm still a better person than they are. It's just all arbitrary numbers that don't mean anything anyways. Unless, of course, they're making a ton of money from those numbers and continue putting garbage into the world. Then I'm maybe gonna be a little bit bitter. I don't know. Finding success in life feels like just 5th place again. Man, I really am just that mediocre, aren't I? Ugh, all 3 versions I got like 5th place. Then again, I'm just rambling a lot and I'm not focusing on dribbling or doing chains that much. There's definitely a way to get super fucking good at this game, but I just wanted to play something that I was okay at and felt satisfied with. Let's see the 2-player. Whoa. Interesting, interesting. You get tied in their playing field and steal from them? That's cool. You can swap it around too. When's this gonna get played at EVO, huh? People are too busy playing Tetris number 567. Not that Tetris is bad or anything, but... Now, flipping the stage right, like, as you're exploding shit, and then that steals everything from your opponent's side is like a really cool trick to dick your opponent over. If that's, like, how it works.
Star Mine.
Of course, the second player isn't doing shit. Because there is no second player, I'm just playing against myself. I'm all alone. I don't have friends to play video games with. Which makes me wish playing games like this with people were easier. And I know there are ways to do it.
Star Mine.
More of a Tetris Plus kind of person. Like, the only 2 puzzle games that feel like they even exist anymore are just Tetris and Puyo Pop. In which case, both of the games got baked into the same game for that one. Puyo Puyo versus Tetris or whatever it's called. And everyone loved it. I'm not saying that's a bad game or anything. I'm just saying, like, those are like the 2 kings of puzzle games that it feels like nothing else can compete with them. They kind of murdered everything else. Which is a shame, because there's a lot of really good puzzle games, but puzzle games have kind of been, I want to say, normified as well. They're no longer experimental, they don't need to be experimental. They've fallen more for the traditionalism trap, where they're just super simple, and something your grandma could even play on, like, her cell phone. Basically, newspaper puzzle games. What was the one word thing that everyone was doing for a long time, and everyone was, like, fucking obsessed with it, and I never touched it because it never looked fun or interesting to me. Wordle? And that shit became like New York Times bestseller game to play. Everyone was going crazy for it. I want digital puzzle games. Digital puzzle games are fun. I need something that like stimulates my brain.
Player 1 wins.
Wow, I did so good at bullying a non-existent player. I watched people play Puyo Puyo Tetris as well. It looks fun, but I'm not good at Puyo Puyo. These games honestly do kind of stop being fun once you play against someone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing. Let's see, I'll just read the rules out. Dribble, this is what I was talking about. If you try and detonate flares when you have no captured 3 or more flares. When you have only captured multi-flares, the captured flares will not detonate and will return to an uncaptured state. Items will be lost. However, flares that have returned to an uncaptured state will remain on the screen slightly longer. So dribbling delays them. Daisy chains, capturing and then releasing flares to lengthen the time they remain on screen and thereby increasing the number of flares on the screen is called a dribble technique. Use the dribble technique to fill the screens with many flares and achieve complex daisy chains. The more daisy chains you accomplish, the more items appear on screen, thereby increasing your chance of achieving a high score. 4 daisy chains or more is the highest percentage for items to appear. Chains. 2 seconds or less between detonations are considered a daisy chain. Therefore, to score many chains in a row, it is best not to detonate all the flares on screen at once, but to think about the next set of flares as well, which I wasn't doing too much. Also, the smaller flares that appear after you detonate a flare will be counted as a chain even after 2 seconds. Therefore, instead of detonating the smaller flares right away, you can score a high number of chains if you try to leave the smaller flares on screen as long as possible. Let's watch a demonstration.
Welcome to FantaVision. Please enjoy this fantastic
Look at this crusty ass FMV. Whoa. He's dribbling good, look at that. But he missed all the greens. It's all in Japanese text as well.
2 daisy, 7 chain.
And it's using the woman voice actress instead of the man.
4 daisy.
They just didn't bother refilming this.
Very good.
It like gives me the vibes of the whole South Park for the Nintendo 64 versus South Park for the PlayStation, in which case they just recorded footage from the Nintendo 64 like cutscenes and converted that into an FMV. So the game was just so dog shit they couldn't run the actual cutscenes on it, so they just take the better looking ones from the Nintendo 64 version and record those and splice those into the PS1 version. Whoa. This is like someone actually fucking good at the game playing it. That's such dog shit. God, my ass hurts. I've only been sitting down for 3 hours and 32 minutes. Slightly longer if you count the before stream.
Bonus points.
Yeah.
Star. 2 daisy.
Ah, cracked my neck.
Bonus points.
Man, if only I was actually good at video games of like play on this like skill level right here. Holy shit. This is like a Game & Watch for a brain that actually works. Like, you have to be very familiar with the game system to understand how long you could keep a flare on the screen before detonating it, and how much it stays after a successful dribble. I still really like that mechanic where you could grab onto an item and you could detonate it and change it into something completely different if you don't want the bonus points. If you need energy, eventually you could get an energy if you just kind of juggle the items enough. Never been good at puzzle games, so I did try some mindfuckery when I figured out the secret to Jez Ball. I don't even know what Jez Ball is, but it definitely does sound like a computer class game. All the computers in the lab classes had Ematron at the highest score at one point. I never really understood the appeal of high scores, though, because that just seems like a number that could reset. Unless, like, everyone was playing the same game. Who would know? Who would know? But I guess it's like a self-satisfaction thing. Enjoy the cutscene one final time. Am I familiar with Quicks? No. I had a lot of video games at home, so playing video games on the PCs at school didn't really appeal to me that much. I kind of saw like a lot of the stuff that was just built into every PC as like inferior to the games that I had at home that were much more complex. Unless it was one of those edutainment games like Word Muncher. Well, even then, those were very simple games. And I could tell that they were educational, that they weren't entirely, like, as amazing as the games that I had at home. But they were still, like, fun to some degree. It's basically Quicks, but the balls, and they can't touch the lines you shoot, or it costs a... Wait. Is that like you're busting balls that like jump around and you're firing a hook shot into the sky to burst the bubbles or something? I think I know what you're talking about now, unless it's something completely different and I'm not like getting it right. Not quite. That's bust a move. No, it's not bust a move. I don't... Those games go by a million names, but there's like always a root creator of them, and then like a million people made a Flash variant spin-off, and then you would go to cool math games or something. I guess is what kids would do in class, and they would play like the Puzzle Bobble clones all the time, and I'd be like, hey, that's Puzzle Bobble. But that's just kind of the popular shit with kids. Was just playing inferior versions of games that were already better, but they just didn't know they were based on better games, I guess. That's also mean to say. I'm just a mean person. I'm a mean person. I was just like, didn't have much friends growing up, so I just had video games, and that's kind of how I became cultured on video games and having good experiences and learning good games from bad games and going to arcades. And I have a little bit more of an edge with video games than a lot of other people do, which is another reason why I'm kind of an outlier, I guess. A lot of people are experiencing games for the very first time, and there's not a lot of games that aren't kind of like out of my repertoire, or that I don't have some acute knowledge of, you know. I had a different kind of upbringing when it came to games than kids that grew up and didn't have video game consoles, I guess. Something to always think about with streamers too. It's kind of like why a website like Twitch stopped being about video games in the long run and kind of just became more about people talking and stripping and writing stuff on their bodies with markers. Oh god, when I think about the modern state of Twitch, I kind of would just like it to be a walled off garden again. I want to meet more people that like the video games that I like and are passionate about old video games and retro stuff, but it's so fucking hard. I'll see that someone else is playing a game that I care about, but then they'll be pulling the same shit that I started at the beginning of the screen, where I'm talking for like 1 or 2 hours before we even play the game, and most people are just there to listen to them talk anyways and respond, and it kind of sucks, because I'm like, oh, when are they gonna get to the game? I feel like with today's game I could probably get away with that, because there's not really any expectations, and it's a very simple game, and yeah, it's like what kind of like causes people to eventually shut up and just let the streamer do their thing. Jizzball, you have to have a square and you're trying to shoot lines from where you click the mouse to make walls. Form a wall in a section where no ball is eliminated. Eliminate enough space and you win. Actually, okay, I think that might be something that was on the Super Nintendo and also had arcade ports. So these games, they're the same refried beans of an original idea that everyone else aped. You played the best. People will learn about those. Dynamite Heady alone made me follow. Many more such cases will happen. Yeah, hopefully. I still feel really bad that my Dynamite Heady debut stream is still, like, I think the most viewed video of mine on YouTube. And my audio quality was dog shit. I was nervous as hell. That was like the first time I streamed in years and like actually used my voice, and I was a VTuber, so I was launching something new for like the very first time and wasn't sure how people were gonna respond, or if people were gonna watch or care or like what I did, and I was a whole bunch of tech stuff and tech issues. And when I used to stream a long time ago, it would just kind of like, it would rarely be games, it would be a lot of art streams, so putting a lot more technical thought into how I do things and making sure everything's running and that my PC isn't struggling and that the games are displaying properly and running okay. It's a lot of work. VTubing is a lot of work, and sometimes I do kind of wish I could have just been one of those streamers that they throw the game up on the stream, a black screen, and there's no set dressing or anything. They don't have to use a webcam. They don't have to do anything other than supply their voice and a visual. But being a VTuber, there's so many more extra steps to that, to kind of try and set yourself out from everyone else who does the same thing, essentially. Everyone's got their own different stream styles. They're all different personalities. They're different taste in games. So it's a trial and error of what you're gonna like and what's gonna actually resonate and stick with people. And back on that topic, I was just like, I always like wonder, do people like what I do? Am I doing things okay? Do I sound okay? Is my microphone quality okay? Is my stream quality okay? Am I peaking the microphone too much? Like, I just start worrying about all the technical stuff on a constant basis, and it really does suck. You just go and then improve from there, yeah. The problem is everyone sees all my old stuff and probably thinks that's what he's still like. He's still like that. He hasn't gotten any better at it, and I don't know. I'm someone that doesn't mind watching worse quality stuff though. There's a lot more charm in people being rough around the edges and imperfect. As long as it's not someone pointing a fucking camcorder at their television with the scan lines and everything, and like they have a Dollar Tree microphone. You know, sometimes good enough is good enough. As long as you're not jerry-rigging the ultimate shitbox setup. But even then, I guess maybe some of those even have their value in a very funny way. Because watching a lot of those really old scuff Let's Plays where people did point their camcorders at a fucking television screen and used a dollar store microphone are like charming in their own way. My first stream, I forgot to turn the mic audio on, so most of the stream was just gameplay and no commentary with my PNG tuber bouncing in, mouth opening constantly. That happens to everyone. That's like such a beginner mistake, and even when people are pros, that still happens sometimes too. The scuff never really ends. You just kind of learn to get better at multitasking, but too much multitasking could really fry your brain sometimes, and it really I know it's a part that weighs me down, and everything I do for my streams, all the setup, all the little scene gags, all the different little audio cues that I put into the scenes and visual things. I'm always changing everything up. You'll always notice small little details changing in most of my streams because I'm just a sucker for doing that. It takes extra setup time, it takes extra effort. Here I am filleting myself again. Maybe into the new year, I won't be doing that as much. We will see with what games that I play. I kind of need to choose some games that'll have a little bit more longevity to them. And that will hopefully last a while on a few streams. Because like I said, this year it felt like I barely streamed at all. There wasn't really a whole lot going on, and I feel the thumbnails reflect that, but there were a lot of... I think I did a lot of high-quality streams, I would want to say. Gags that I thought were kind of funny. The April Fool's stream, when I did in VR chat and played WarioWare, that was like an idea I had cooking for a long while. The Rickubus summertime boyfriend experience in VR chat, just another thing that I had an idea for a long time. I did Tulip and Chibi Robo, and those are two pretty lengthy games, and I 100%ed Tulip, so if you want like a very extensive look at Tulip and practically almost, if not everything the game has to offer, that's there. That's archived. I had games come out this year like Gory Cully Carnage that I was excited for. I got to play that on stream. I got to try out plenty of demos. We had Illusion Carnival, Gregory Horror Show, Soul of Roses. We had Sayako. We had The Big Catch, Tackle Box. I got to play Never Awake, which is a fun one. We had a few cool summer games. I got around to do some Christmas plans this year, but not all. I'm happy I at least got Jingle Cats and South Park for the Nintendo 64 off the bucket list of games I want to stream. I don't know. I'm still gonna keep the Christmas decorations up into January until we have the seasonal Splatfest that's Christmas themed. So once that stream happens, I probably think I'll take them down. If I could think of what I want to stream before then and now, like maybe Planet Laika, maybe. I want to try that game out, but I'm not sure how well of a stream that'll be. That's a very odd game. I'll be going into that blind. I've never played that before, so I don't know how good of a stream game it'll be, or if it's very obtuse and hard to figure shit out. We will see. My first try at the stream is I was playing a game that I didn't have much to talk about. My PC stuttering with bad audio, so I got scared and didn't stream again after. Yeah, I feel like that probably happens to a lot of people. My advice is just always play games that you know first, and then once you kind of got a little bit of an audience and you could like talk with them, it kind of takes a lot of the pressure off when you don't have much to say and they kind of keep up the conversation. Hopefully I could get through most of the games that I want to play in 2025 and we don't have any of this brain rot getting in the way, or... I always say the seasons end up being more busier than I expect them to. Halloween didn't work out this year like I wanted it to, which, sorry for the shitty Halloween season this year. I know I went ham last year. Well, 2023's Halloween was really good. 2024's Halloween was absolute dog shit. Bad part of 2024 got hit with a giant dental bill that just fucking depressed me for the entire month and had to go through a bunch of dental work. And always remember to brush your teeth and take care of yourself and don't drink too much soda. Sometimes the depression makes you forget to do things sometimes. Then by the time November hit, I was like, alright, well, I'll get some streams in and do some Halloween stuff. So it wasn't all that bad, but I was definitely like very busy during November because they're leading up to the holidays. And then once December hit, it was just... The South Park stream took a lot of prep time because I was just trying to like get that game to work on the PC, and then like that's like a lot of technical stuff of just how do I make this stream entertaining without making it insufferable in a stream that I regret doing. And even though I had to use cheat codes and invincibility and I at least got to showcase the game, I don't count it as beating the game for real, but it's still an interesting look back on the earlier days of South Park and what the games are like and what the humor was like. I know the background track for this stream is gonna get content claimed to hell and back probably. I would hope not. I would hope the instrumental for this song doesn't get caught, but maybe it will, or maybe the creator's cool about it. I don't know, but I like the song. I like the song a lot. I really do. It's like, it's called Abandoned Pools. Start Over. It's a good song. I like to listen to it a lot when I feel sad, I feel regret. It normally has lyrics. It's, you know, start over basically implies a lot. Things used to be simpler, things used to be nicer. You think back to times where you had more friends, or at least more hopes for the future, and things were simpler, and maybe you had relationships at the time that you felt were going places, but then, you know, later in the future they just never ended up going anywhere. You dealt with heartbreak, you dealt with loss, you dealt with just losing friends, you dealt with a lot of bad shit. Sometimes you do just... You want that desire to start over again. And so that's just kind of like the song that kind of hits the nice mopiness of just wanting to start over again, get to experience things from a fresh start with better knowledge and how to do things better and what not to do. but life doesn't really work that way, so it's just kind of wishful thinking in the long run. So it just ends up being a somber song of just like, well, we're here now. This is just kind of how things are. You can't have a fresh start over again, but me starting VTubing was kind of a fresh start over anyways. Now reading your message, dubious. My first stream was an hour of Nightmare in Dreamland and someone typed a slur in ASCII, then the memories. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had an issue of that, luckily. I think I fine-tuned the bot enough to recognize spam and things like that, so it's never really gonna... This is not an invitation to do it on my stream. Please don't make me have to do work. I don't have moderators. I don't want to have moderators. I just want to be able to play my silly little games and avoid controversial bullshit. And, you know, we already have enough of that bullshit. Don't fuck with me, I'll kill you. Alright, YouTube demonetize. Not that I'm ever even fucking making any money from YouTube. It's just fucking funny now, though, that I'm watching so many videos and they bleep out the word dead, die, kill. You just can't say that even as a joke anymore. Instant demonetization. And people think AI is gonna be good now that AI could just scan through your entire fucking video. And you say fuck one too many times and now your entire video is delisted forever. Hopefully YouTube doesn't blow up and take down all my streams with it before I have a chance to back them all up and hopefully upload them somewhere else on the internet. I really should buy a hard drive and just kind of start trying to archive all that I do myself, but I don't know. Is there any cheap way to even ever do anything like that? Like, the YouTube compression already ruined the quality of a lot of them too. I don't get to keep my VODs around because they take up too much space, and as long as I get them on YouTube, I just say, all right, get rid of the flawless high quality VOD because it's fucking taking up too much goddamn space, and space doesn't grow on trees. Not when you're a broke asshole. What was I saying before any of that? I guess just like starting over again. I was an artist. All the websites I used went belly up in the water, or like face down in the water, however you want to terminologize it. Felt really depressed. Lost all my spaces. Lost all my friends. Felt like no one understood me. Didn't have too close of a friendship with anyone for years. Got out of a relationship. Felt like shit. Didn't know if I'd find another relationship for a long time. Things started looking up. And I thought I had what could have been a relationship in the future. But things just didn't work out. Separate ways happened. And now we're just kind of like at this point where I'm just like this weird guy playing Scrimblow games on stream, but I'm doing my own thing. Might not be the world's most successful streamer, but I don't even know what success is anymore. Is success paying the bills? Maybe. Is success personal success and feeling happy with what you put out? Maybe I am successful, but at the same time, it's just nice to know that people like what you're putting out there. Because if no one's watching, then that kind of hurts and feels miserable. But people do watch, so I shouldn't be too hard on myself, but I'm like constantly just... You always want to... As a person, growth is kind of a must. If you're not growing, then you kind of stagnate, and then you feel like maybe all the effort you're putting in just isn't working out too well. I know there's a lot of VTubers out there that are probably in my shoes, where they work really hard on their streams, and they put in, like, 10, 20 times the effort, into their streams than someone who just rolls out of bed and just shoves a microphone up their ass. You know, these Twitch cam girls that just basically do just that. There's no talent involved. It's just fucking softcore porn that's allowed on the platform for some reason, and they're what brings in the money. They're what Twitch allows. A weird special exception to the rule, but if I do anything risque, then my entire channel will just end up getting nuked. And, you know, the girl in an inflatable pool smearing peanut butter on herself and writing her donators' names on her skin with paint gets a free pass. Sorry for the bitterness. Sorry for the bitterness. As always, if you're interested in ever watching any of the older streams and games that I played, I pretty much archive everything over on YouTube, usually in higher quality. There's a while where I was just using the Twitch VODs for like the first year, but then I kind of like learned at some point, no, start recording locally, dumbass. So they should be in higher quality now. And I'm still learning as I go on how to at least do things a little bit more effectively and get a higher quality picture and better recording. So yeah, thank you very much for supporting me elsewhere. If you haven't just been watching me on Twitch and only Twitch. I still have like an hour and 10 minutes to go until New Year's my time. But as I've said plenty of times, I don't care. I don't need to capture that moment on stream. I'm not that kind of woo, 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 hell yeah, everyone. It's 2025. This year's gonna be awesome. Yeah, no. It's just gonna be more of the same shit for me, honestly. I don't have any New Year's resolutions other than survive. I'd never stick to anything. Well, it's not true. I do stick to things. I just do what I do. I draw. I stream. And if I could continue doing that and I don't die, then I guess success. I don't need to create some arbitrary bullshit for me to pretend that I'm gonna do for like a week into 2025 and then abandon. Streaming does at least make me feel like I'm at least doing something useful, and the YouTube stuff too. Like, I feel like I'm doing something that I can at least be happy with and hopefully not look back at with regret. And maybe that will invite some good stuff into my life. It already has to some degree. Even though I'm a little bit of a whiny bitch right now, there are good things that have come out of VTubing and the people that it has attracted to me. I've discovered my silly little streams and ended up liking them. So I should appreciate that much. And I'll still kind of try and continue to do thumbnails. I know this year's thumbnails haven't been too amazing. Very lacking in the title card department. I've been splitting off into doing a lot more just like low effort thumbnails, which I don't like. I like always having like stuff that I could draw, but it's also just time away from streaming that I unfortunately feel like if I spend too much time working on art for streams, then I'm not gonna stream as much, and then I'm not gonna grow as much. So I should get more streams out the door and not worry about that shit, and then I get trapped in my own fucking my loop. And I have never stopped bitching about this shit for like the 2.5 years that I've been streaming now. It's just always, it's not exactly 2.5 yet, but probably like 2 years and 5 months now. I don't know. Maybe I'll have my lucky break in 2025. Maybe I'll finally just get fed up with my job and quit it and be like delusional and huff copium that, oh hey, yeah, I could just do what I want now and I'll find a job later. But it's always nice to at least hold on to a job so you have some income coming, because unfortunately you need money in this world to survive, especially if you're an American. There's a lot of people out there right now struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, and rough times for everyone out there right now. So it's really hard to look at the new year with hope and optimism when you know things are just going to be more of the same, if not probably getting worse. But sorry for the downer discussion again, but this is just the time of year where I kind of just fall into depression anyways, because the holidays takes a lot out of me. It's a very stressful season, and then you also just see the worst in people, and especially when you work retail and the world is just cold and miserable. It hasn't even been raining lately, which bums me out, because at least if you're gonna be cold and miserable, be rainy. No, it's just cold and wet and not raining and just miserable. Ugh. Reading the chat. Are you gonna be playing another game tonight? No, I don't have anything else lined up. This was just for FantaVision. That's about it. I played, if you weren't here earlier, I played through the Japanese version, the European version, and the American version, in that order. Which, same game, but different OSTs for all of them, and they all have like a different vibe that they're going for. Which I still think the Japanese version, best soundtrack, then second, the American, and then third, European. It's not great always worrying too much about the future to enjoy the present, yeah. A lot of people just, you know, they have to worry about the future constantly. I haven't lost a parent yet, but probably gonna lose a grandparent pretty soon. So, not looking forward to that happening and what that's gonna do to family. And then you never know what kind of freak accidents are waiting around the corner for you. Or not even you specifically, but the people you know about, they might... I don't know, there could be a reality where I just don't wake up when I go to sleep one night, and then you guys never hear from me ever again. Very morbid of me to say, but... I think about that a lot, like, what if I just die in my sleep peacefully and I never wake up? It wouldn't be the worst way to go out, but there'd be something kind of sad about not knowing that you even died. Just close your eyes for a nap and then you never wake up. I think that's probably how I'm gonna die though, because I like to sleep a lot, so... It's kind of like a risk, I guess, every time you go to sleep, that there's like a very small, minuscule chance that your brain is just never gonna restart itself. And maybe I'm sleeping too much. I do enjoy sleeping though. It's not... When you can get sleep, and then you like, maybe I sleep a little bit too much. I just feel tired all the time. Being financially stabilized so I can stop worrying if I can eat the rest of the month, yeah. Really sucks to be an American right now. Wish we could go back fucking 30 years. When the economy was in better shape. And the world that we were taught how to survive in was still the world that we are currently living in. Because it feels like everything we were taught to survive doesn't mean anything now. Everything just got thrown out the window. Everything is just awful now for everyone. It's not... We're a very convenient time where we have phones in our pockets that are access to everyone we know 24/7. We have all the media we could ever want at our fingertips. People are more depressed now than ever. People feel more disconnected than they ever have. Being a little shitty kid with no cell phone weighing down my pockets and just a Game Boy with a bike, I felt more like I just think back to that time like, wow, yeah, no one had cell phones. Everyone was like normal. I would just leave the house and go ride around on my bike, and I would tell my parents I'll be back before nighttime, and that was about it. Something could have happened to me and I could have gone missing, but no, I was smart. I didn't talk to strangers. I came back home before night all the time. And that kind of trust that someone has just isn't really there anymore, and now there's just a mass panic of everyone out there is out to hurt you, everyone out there is evil, and thanks to the internet, you've seen a rise of psychopaths going to foreign countries and doing a bunch of illegal shit and disrespectful shit and just hurting other people, hurting themselves, and giving people xenophobic views because of how these idiots act. And those are the big streamers everyone likes to watch. You see YouTube influencers, TikTok influencers, all this shit, and the monsters are still out there, they just evolved to be different, I guess. What's the train of logic I'm thinking of with this? It's just... people suck. People fucking suck. I miss the way things used to be. I miss old games, but I still have old games and I can still play old games. But I'm just getting older. Another year has passed. I'm another year older. Christmas, like birthday, Christmas, New Year's. Oh god, just everything. Everything happening all at once. Can it please stop happening? Can I just freeze time for a while and learn to sit back and enjoy things? The void is coming for us all. Yeah. Anyways, that'll be it for tonight's stream. Here's the part where I say, I haven't showered since last year. But I'm still in 2024. It's not 2025 yet. Haha. Anyways, no. I shower every day. I'm a very, very clean incubus. Anyways, yeah. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for lurking. It'll hit New Year's. Well, I don't care. Thanks for at least spending the last couple hours of 2024 with me and chatting and hanging out. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for watching on YouTube and everything. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, farewell. I'll see you guys in the new year with the same old bullshit that I always do. Have a good night. Oyasumi. Bye-bye.